right. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First of all, sorry, we're not running late, believe it or not. We've actually been here since 4 in executive session working. So it's not that we decided to come late to council meeting. It's that we were just in another room finishing up that portion of this evening's, I almost said services, but festivities, yes. So anyway, let's go ahead and start with the roll call.
Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Council members Christensen. Here. Finley. Here. Martin. Here. Peck. Rodriguez. Here. Waters. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, let's go ahead and say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, just a reminder that this meeting can be viewed on the live stream at www.longmontchannel.com as well as longmontcolorado.gov. Did I get that right, city clerks? Yes, all right. All right, so let's go ahead and remind before we start or continue with tonight's meeting, just a friendly reminder, anyone wishing to speak at first call public invited to be heard. Make sure you get your name on this list before we start that portion of this evening's meeting. If your name isn't on the list, you can still speak, but it'll be actually, tonight's a regular session, right? Yeah, so it's a regular session, which means you'll still be able to speak, but you'll have to wait till the end of the meeting to do so. So you can come see the city clerks if you want to address city council. And of course, everyone has 3 minutes or up to 3 minutes, and then at 3 minutes, I'll have to cut you off, no matter how much I love your guts. All right, no approval of minutes? Agenda revisions and submission of documents and motions to direct the city manager or city staff on other issues. Seeing none. All right. And then one other thing that I've got is, Chair, I'm going to try something. And that is we've had some really late council meetings. So what I've opted to do is that if it's not on the agenda, I'm going to try to limit conversation. If it's not on the agenda as one of the items, or if a motion has not been made that we are not actually discussing, or if city staff or city management have not asked us a question for our feedback, or if we have not asked a specific question of city staff to understand a specific item on the agenda that we are discussing at that point in time, I'm going to rule comments out of order and just kind of push us forward. And we'll see how that goes. All right, city manager, do you have a report?
No report, Mayor, Council.
All right, let's move on to special reports and presentations then. We have got a proclamation designating the month of January 2019 as National Radon Action Month in Longmont, Colorado. And if Patty Dooley Strapelli in the Boulder County Public Health Department is here, come on up. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and read it while you come up. So this is a proclamation designating the month of January 29th, 2019 as National Radon Action Month in Longmont, Colorado. And it states, whereas radon is an invisible, odorless, radioactive gas that threatens the health of our citizens and their families, and whereas radon is a leading environmental cause of cancer mortality in the U.S. and the 8th leading cause of cancer mortality overall, and whereas the Colorado Rocky Mountain region has been ranked Zone 1, an area with the largest radon potential possible by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and whereas Colorado residential radon data has shown 50% of Colorado homes tested as being at or above the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency radon level of 4.0. Oh, man. Oh, no, it's right here. Picocuries per liter of air. And whereas, and I did that, it's PCI/L, but picocuries. Whereas any home in Longmont, Colorado may have elevated levels of radon, even if homes in the same neighborhood do not. And whereas testing for radon is simple and inexpensive, and whereas identified radon problems can be fixed, and whereas Boulder County Public Health, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and the American Lung Association are supporting efforts to encourage Americans to test their home for radon, have elevated levels of radon reduced, and have new homes built with radon-resistant features. Now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim the month of January 2019 as National Radon Action Month in Longmont and invite all to be aware of and to mitigate this harmful gas. Signed, the mayor.
Thank
So
you.
welcome. Thank you.
Okay. I just have a few remarks, and I'm Susan Martino with Boulder County Public Health. I got to talk to you last year. Patty Dooley-Strapelli is sitting behind me. Anyway, so again, I'm Susan Martino with Boulder County Public Health, and I want to thank you for issuing another National Radon Action Month proclamation this year, and to continue supporting efforts to prevent lung cancer from radon exposure in Longmont. Public health departments across Colorado are working together around the state to create radon-aware communities. And as you know, radon exposure causes lung cancer in people the same as cigarette smoking does. Lung cancer is the #1 cancer killer of both men and women in the United States, and that includes both smokers and non-smokers. So between 15,000 and 22,000 of those lung cancer deaths every year are from indoor radon exposure. And the average indoor radon level exposure in Colorado is 6.4 picocuries per liter of air. And that exposure level for 1 year is equivalent to having 200 chest x-rays every year. So in Colorado, 500 lung cancer deaths every year are attributed to radon exposure. So a recommended radon practices and policies booklet or roadmap, which is in your information packet, I don't know if you all got that, has been developed for Colorado. And the listed practices and policies for communities range from easy to implement to those requiring more effort to achieve. As your local public health agency, we're encouraging you to review this document and to choose 3 recommended radon reduction practices or policies to support radon awareness in Longmont. Only by taking action will lung cancer numbers be reduced in Colorado and healthier radon-aware communities created. Do you have any questions? Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have 4 times the amount of radon in my house I should. And I have been trying to look up on your website people who actually do the mitigation. I've already done the testing, but
Yes.
most people don't do the mitigation that are listed. They just do the testing.
Yeah.
So it would be good to have a more hardy list of qualified contractors who do the mitigation.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we actually do have a list of those. We call them our Gold Star mitigators, and I'd be very happy to send you that list. You're welcome. Any other questions? No? Okay. Again, thank you for your support, and we look forward to partnering with Longmont to reduce radon exposure in your community.
Well, if we could have you and your partner come up and take a picture with council, that'd be great.
Okay.
All right, City Council, if we could. We've had that happen before, huh? All right, let's move on to the second proclamation, which is a proclamation designating February 1st, 2019 as Wear Red Day in Longmont, Colorado. If we could ask Naomi Amaya Galnick of the American Heart Association and others with her to come down. And it states, whereas cardiovascular diseases are the number one killer of women in the United States, and whereas cardiovascular disease kills 1 woman almost every 80 seconds in the United States, and whereas about 80% of cardiovascular diseases may be prevented, and whereas risk factors for heart disease such as blood pressure, smoking, and cholesterol can be controlled, whereas women are encouraged to commit to make physical activity and healthy eating a priority to improve heart health, And whereas the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women movement motivates women to learn their family history and to meet with a healthcare professional to determine their risk for cardiovascular diseases and stroke. And whereas Go Red for Women encourages women to take charge of their heart health by knowing their total cholesterol, HDL, which is the good cholesterol, blood pressure, blood sugar, and body mass index. And now, therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim Friday, February 1st, 2019 as Wear Red Day in Longmont and invite all to recognize the importance of the ongoing fight against heart disease and stroke and urge all citizens to show their support for women and the fight against heart disease by commemorating this day by wearing the color red. By increasing awareness, speaking out about heart disease, and empowering women to reduce their risk for cardiovascular diseases, we can save thousands of lives each year. Signed, the Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley and City Council. I'm actually going to turn it over to my colleague, Christina Edstrom, to say a couple words.
Thank you so much, City Council and Mayor Bagley. My name is Christina Edstrom, and I'm a Longmont community member. First and foremost, thank you so much for proclaiming February 1st as Wear Red Day. This proclamation represents an opportunity for community members to wear red, to know their risk factors, and to act to live longer and healthier lives. Joining me to celebrate this proclamation are individuals representing organizations that are working diligently to improve the health of their community. I want to thank each of you for taking time to be here. I'm also here as a member of the Healthy Longmont Coalition. This coalition includes parents, nonprofits, local businesses and community groups, and we're all committed to improving the health of Longmont and its residents. One population our coalition is currently really focused on is the youth, and the reason that we've chosen this is that unfortunately nearly 1 in 4 kids in Boulder County are overweight or obese, so it affects us here in Boulder County as well. That said, we're excited that the City of Longmont is a Live Well, Colorado healthy eating and active living city, and issues a proclamation recognizing the importance of healthy eating and active living in supporting healthy lifestyles for everybody. Thank you again for issuing this proclamation. We look forward to partnering with the city to improve the health of everybody who lives and works here. Thanks again.
All right, thank you. And before you head off, if you could come on up and get your picture, that'd be great.
Y'all can squeeze together, maybe make 2 lines. It's a little. There you go, that helps a little. Squeeze in. That looks good. All right, 1, 2, 3.
All right. Let's go on to first call public invited to be heard. We have a long list tonight, too. First, let's hear from, come on up, Gordon Pedro, our beloved previous city manager and town protector.
What protector?
Or city protector. Town protector.
Mayor and City Council members, I'm Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, Longmont. I was part of your meeting last week on YouTube. I was particularly interested in the discussion regarding a proposed revision of Section 4.10 of the Municipal Code regarding special districts. The proposed code change will remove the section of 4.10 that prohibits the use of special districts in residential developments. Since I was involved when that prohibition was established, I want to encourage all members of the City Council to review the extensive file on the creation and dissolution of the Clover Basin Fire District, which covered parts of southwest Longmont beginning in 1995. Although future special districts will cover different services, the issues created will be similar. From the discussion last Tuesday, the issues will involve some residents who need affordable housing. The issues created will include: why allow a special district with its special tax rate to finance basic infrastructure that every other residential development up to this time has had to finance? If a proposed residential development cannot support basic infrastructure, is it a premature proposal? 2, why should some residents have to pay more property tax to get the same basic level of service that all residents receive? 3, why should developers be allowed to create a special district to defray their costs and then pass the additional tax liability to future residents? This appears to be a classic case of cost shifting to those least able to afford it and least able to avoid it if they are purchasing affordable units. Before second reading, I believe you can learn a great deal from history by requesting from the city clerk the 1995-2009 records of the Clover Basin Fire District. I will provide a bit of context for your review of that record. Whenever you read a reference such as, several citizens spoke about the unfairness of the extra tax, you can safely assume they were very unhappy speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pedro. Dale Lannon.
Hello, my name is Dale Lannon, 1018 Ponderosa Circle here in Longmont, and thank you for your work. I'm concerned about the planet on which we live, essentially croaking with us on it, while we still have some ability to aim enterprise at stopping the acceleration of the Earth's atmospheric loading of greenhouse gases, which act as a hardening shell, trapping heat inward. So the Earth is a sphere with a hardening shell around it, with an attendant star dumping energy in, flying through space and time forward. It's basically the definition of a firework. And I am concerned for the future of my city, my country, my family, and all life on Earth. And I think we can work together if we get the world going in the same direction as what strengthens the Earth's biosphere. And with an eye towards what's fun and cool and is the best use of talents in the creation of a symbiotic evolution of the planet, of the civilization on the planet, so that Earth can advance and life can continue onward. And I want to make a suggestion that we follow Stockholm's example, which according to only one source that I have checked today, which was a tweet by a young lady who had been in Davos and has been leading demonstrations for the planet and for young people in the future. The Stockholm, I believe, is now to try to do a 16% improvement in their carbon emissions per year, and that would be an exponential increase. I want, earlier today I said, well, 16, we could call for 17 here in town and make the pay. No, this isn't about fame and glory. This is about actually keeping the planet alive. And I'm on yellow alert here with my time. But I think if we could shot for 7 and brought in with an eye to what community people, what the public was doing, as well as us as a city, that would be great.
All right, thanks, Mr. Landon. All right, that concludes tonight's first call public invited to be heard. So let's move on. We're not even going to have a consent agenda. I'm just going to read 8A. Designate the bulletin boards outside the council chambers and the west entrance of the Civic Center as the official city council agenda posting locations for 2019. That is a proposal. Do I have a motion? So moved. Do I have a second? Second. It's been seconded. Do we have any dialogue or debate? Councilmember Finley? All right, seeing none, let's vote. All right, and that passes unanimously. All right. All right, we have no items on second reading this evening, but we are going to move on to general business. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about 11A, approval of Housing and Human Services Advisory Board recommendations on funding for Thistle Community Housing, the Scattered Site Refinance and Rehabilitation of Rental Properties Project for the Affordable Housing Fund. And I believe that Kathy Fedler, does anybody have do we have a presentation? I assume we have a presentation, or do you want us just to go? Oh, that's just how we roll. Here, watch this. Hey, I told you we were going to do things different tonight, and I meant it. You see how we're moving along here? That's all right. Well, that's all right. Let's just move on to 11B, review and discussion on incentives for affordable housing. I'm kidding. That's also Kathy. Kidding. Sorry.
I am sorry. I just needed some ice.
It's all right.
So I really had not prepared anything special for tonight. I can go over anything about the project that you have questions on, or we can have Thistle come up and do a presentation on the project. But
I think that last week's presentation and the information we have on hand is enough. I don't see anybody in the queue. Does anyone want to make a motion? Mayor Pro Tem?
I move that we approve the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board recommendations on funding for the Thistle Community Housing Scattered Site Refinance and Rehabilitation.
All right, we have a motion and a second. My only question is, and I've raised it before, and that is, do we want to make this conditional upon city staff? My understanding is that Thistle has equity in assets. Do we want to attempt to have staff and make our approval conditional upon this loan being collateralized by some of those assets? Understanding that this is not a new precedent, it's just to make sure that, given the last time we did this, there was a $920,000 loss. Do we want to use greater awareness or prudence? That is a question. Dr. Waters.
Yeah, my answer to that would be yes, I guess maybe a qualified yes. I guess I would ask Kathy and maybe the Thistle representatives who are here, are there reasons why this loan could not be collateralized?
Good evening, everyone. I honestly can't answer that question because this is part of a tax credit. It's a very rigid setup that we just can't go out of that box, so I just don't know that answer. Unfortunately, my consultant, I let him go home, so he's not here to answer that question, unfortunately. So we would just have to kind of get back to council or staff and let them know if that was something that might work or not. We just don't know.
All right, and the general idea is that if we're collateralized already on this loan, right?
Correct.
But because it's a new loan, and because we're in second, third, or whatever position it is, if something goes wrong like it did in 2010, we probably will be in such a bad position we won't get anything back. Whereas if Thistle has other properties available, being able to collateralize those that actually have equity would allow us to, in the event something goes south, not experience what happened in 2010. And I see your partner going, you know, she's making head signals.
I think that and how you phrased it, it will probably be problematic as all of our projects, because it's required under the tax credit, need to stand alone. So if I have another tax credit partnership out there, it's not going to allow me to allow a deed of trust on a property that's not related to it. So there's just kind of some operational prohibitions that would not allow us to do that, unfortunately.
Right. So here's my question, okay? And so of the, I don't want to disclose what, so of this huge chunk of money, right, that is available on your balance sheet, all of it is tied up in you have no assets whatsoever. If I was a commercial bank and you guys needed a $600,000 loan that you could throw a HELOC on, or a second line of credit, or a business line, you guys would be like, nope, can't do it.
You know, we don't operate that way, so because we don't specifically have a business line of credit. That's all of our operations are basically project specific. The day-to-day operations of Thistle are kind of self-sustaining, so there's no need to have borrowings on that. I just my best answer is, unfortunately, I just don't know. I really have to look at our tax credit situation and to see if there's a way, but I would doubt I would be able to do it with another tax credit property because of just the standalone nature that's required under those.
And all your properties are tax credit properties at this point?
The bulk of them are, yes.
And none of them are paid off?
No.
Okay. Do you have a, no?
Yeah, I just think it would be very difficult. And I think that the funds that we do have are earmarked basically for other projects. And so I don't know if we would have any assets that would be available other than the assets that secure your note, which are the 3 Longmont properties.
Dr. Waters?
Just since we haven't seen, Jim's seen your financials, which is great. We have not seen your financials. You have no unrestricted cash balance on your balance sheet.
We have some unrestricted cash balances, yes.
But none of which you would be willing to commit to collateralize this loan.
I was answering the original question is, could I put it to another property? I do not think I can. Whether we would cash collateralize the loan, I would have to go back to my board. Realize that the $600,000 request is paying off $300,000 of old money. So are you asking us to collateralize that older loan as well, since that really has only been secured by those properties? So is it a $600,000 collateral request? Is it a $300,000 collateral request? Because we're recycling half of those dollars in some existing loans that we're paying off.
Would you collateralize $300,000 of it with your cash balance?
I can go back to my board and see. I don't have a specific answer for you right now.
Any other dialogue and debate? I don't see any, but Mayor Pro Tem?
The technical review group from Longmont Housing Authority has reviewed this and has reviewed the corporate financials, and these are people in the, isn't that correct, Kathy? They haven't?
Well, it's not the Housing Authority Technical Review Group, but for the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board.
Yes, that's what I meant to say. And they have looked at the corporate financials or not?
No. No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I see 3 points in favor of this. One is we are committed to preserving units of affordable housing, which this does. One is that the chief financial officer for this city has reviewed the financials and finds no problem with them. And the third is that there is very little similarity between the problematic Thistle project during the financial downturn and this project, which is easy to stop, which protects a loan that the city already has collateralized, and which leaves you with something when you are forced to stop, which the Blue Vista project did not, because it was foreclosable. So I'm going to vote in favor of this motion.
Dr. Waters?
Yeah, just I just have to say, as we receive recommendations that have come through our advisory boards, this is not to the Thistle Group, this is to our own staff. It was a surprise to me to discover that our advisors who unanimously recommended this to the council didn't see any financials. I'm puzzled as how they could arrive at that recommendation without seeing them, and I'm puzzled why we didn't provide them to them. That's just a statement. So in future, I would think that's something that we would be doing, but that's just me. So just in terms of, I just want to, I'm probably going to vote for this as well. So I'm not probably, I'm sure I'll vote for this, but I just want to say this. I'm going to vote for it for a couple of reasons. One is we desperately need high quality, affordable housing. And I appreciate what Thistle's done historically to provide high quality, affordable housing in Boulder County, Longmont, and broader Boulder County. So good on you for that. I will walk away from this, or drive away from this at the end of the evening, wondering about the willingness to collateralize with your cash balance, unrestricted cash balance, $300,000. If you're unwilling to do that, the message to me is we have all the risk here, right? And if there's no risk, because of the way because of the pro forma here, if there's no risk, then there's no risk to you, to your cash balance, to collateralize $300,000. And for the members of this community who have not forgotten what was lost in 2010, who are watching this video and wondering, are we doing our due diligence, and why would we be now re-engaged? Because I'm going to get that call, he's going to get that call, others are going to get that call. I'd like to be able to explain why we couldn't collateralize that part of the loan if there's no risk.
Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. This is a huge risk for the city. Can you take out an insurance policy? That would be good. And I'll probably vote for this too, but when you need this vote fast, and that's so that you can go to, where were you going to go to get the funding? Was it CDB?
Jaffa.
Okay. And when can you go to your board to see if they can collateralize 300,000? When does that meet?
We would just have to do an email roll call with the board to see if that will be an option for us.
Okay. I think I would like, can I put an amendment on this?
You can move an amendment to the motion that's on the table.
Okay, I would like to move that we move this motion forward pending a result or a question about whether we can collateralize the 300,000 on the loan.
Dr. Waters?
Just a question. Is that a motion to make the loan contingent upon collateralizing?
Second. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I would be comfortable with that if it weren't for the fact that they are trying to get this through CHAPA in a couple of days. Well, I don't see how they can do this in 2 days and prepare for CHAPA. I mean, she's saying they can't. I would prefer to leave it as it is and for us to have that discussion later, so that they can get back to us in the next week about whether that's possible with their board. Because I don't see how this can be arranged and set before they go to CHAFA. I think it's February 1st, right? Yeah.
What are the odds of getting the CHAFA money? I was told 25 million to 1 last time, but I'm assuming it's better than that.
I would say we have a very good chance of getting the state credit because it's a scattered site rehab. It's not a new development, and these units desperately need this money just to keep them up to par and to serve our affordable clientele in the best way possible.
Okay. They said, yeah, go ahead. Do you want to restate?
So basically, I think we have a very good chance. We're one of the few, I think we're the only scattered site project for rehabilitation or renovation. Most of the projects are new builds, and these units are quite old. They range almost 50 years old in age, and they desperately need these funds for rehabilitation, and a lot of it is health and safety issues.
Right. And
so quick, just did the pro formas that we saw include CHAFA funds?
So CHAFA.
Did you assume? What I'm saying is, did you assume CHAFA funds in your pro forma?
Well, basically, yes. We assumed the state tax credits and the federal tax credits and the loan, basically.
I know, but what I'm talking about, the money that you'll be applying for on February, whatever it was that you said, how much money is that?
So those are both the federal and state tax credits.
Okay. And if they do not give you those, what are you going to do?
It's going to be really difficult because we're not going to have enough money to do what we need to do to these projects. So we're going to have to take a look, and it's going to be problematic for sure.
It's a different deal at that point, and I think we would need to reevaluate. I mean, we would obviously reevaluate participation if they're not able to get the JAFA funds.
Okay, so it's not like we're trying, it's you need them. Okay. Councilmember Martin?
I still have the floor.
Well, technically you didn't, but go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I asked her a question and then. Anyway, I would like to point out that we have a lot of senior housing in this, in Longmont, but we have very little family and single-person housing, and this provides that, especially for the lower end of people. So something we really need to keep in mind.
All right. Councilmember Martin?
I'm going to vote no on the amendment. I like Dr. Waters' approach better, which is to say this is a lesson learned. We will raise the bar for the next project that comes through with this kind of an ask and maybe be a little more rigorous, but we're down to the wire here, and this is a project that means a lot to a lot of people in Longmont, and I'd rather not attach strings to it at this point.
Councilmember Peck? Dr. Waters?
So, just wondering, if I'm just trying to put myself back in a role on a nonprofit board where $600,000 was at stake, and what it took was a phone call or a virtual meeting to get an approval to collateralize a small percentage of our cash balance to secure the loan. I'm certain that's doable. You wouldn't have to, but I mean in terms of mobilizing your board to legally convene a meeting. So I guess I'm just curious how big a hill is that to climb if $600,000 or the $600,000 is on the line here.
So for us on electronic approvals, it's 100% participation of our board. I just, in 2 days, can I round my board up? I just don't know. I don't know where everybody's at. It's just a question I can't honestly answer you, unfortunately.
And the paper's doing this, which means that just get right up in there when you're speaking.
All right, I'm sorry. Do you
That's
need me
all
to
right.
repeat that?
Sure, yes. Basically, get your lips right up on it.
All right, is that much better?
Much better.
Do you need me to repeat?
Yes, please.
So electronic approvals require 100% of our board participation. We have 2 days. I can't commit to whether or not I can get a hold of 100% of my board members at this time. It's just a question I really can't honestly answer, council, and I'm sorry for that.
All right, there's nobody left in the queue. Currently, we have a motion and a second to amend the previous motion on the table to make the approval conditioned upon the Thistle Board approving $300,000 in cash collateral. Now we're going to vote. All right, that passes 4-4 and 3 against. That's Councilmember Finley, Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Peck, and Dr. Waters voting for, with Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Martin, and Mayor Pro Tem Christensen voting against. So that motion passes. Let's wipe that vote. And then now the current motion on the floor is there's a motion on the floor to approve Housing and Human Services Advisory Board recommendation on funding for Thistle Community Housing Scattered Site Refinance and Rehabilitation of Rental Properties Project from the Affordable Housing Fund, contingent upon the board collateralizing $300,000 of the $600,000 loan with their cash account. And that passes unanimously. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go on to 11B, review and discussion on incentives for affordable housing.
Good evening, Mayor Bagley, members of City Council, Aaron Fosdick with the Planning and Development Services Department. Tonight we're following up on the discussion that you all started last week, and frankly has been going on for some time regarding some additional updates to the Land Development Code. Specifically, we'll be talking about amendments to the code as they relate to development incentives for affordable housing. This is just a quick overview of what we plan to focus on tonight. So really, we want to confirm council's direction to date. We want to provide a short overview of the current incentives, which were adopted initially in 2017, carried forward with the 2018 code updates. We also want to talk about where there may be some inconsistencies per your direction with the recently adopted Inclusionary Housing Ordinance, or IHO. It's our understanding that council has directed staff to retain the incentives, but to really take a look at this code section to make sure there is that consistency with the IHO. We have a number of questions for council, which I'll give you a preview of here in just a second, and then we'll go through those here in just a second. But this is really going to help us identify what additional changes, if any, city staff and or Clarion should be looking at as it relates to these development incentives. And then we'll also close with a discussion on our next steps as we understand them. So these are the questions that we're going to be going through with council. I wanted to give you a preview so that you can think about these as we're talking about the current incentives, just as kind of I guess a sneak peek of what we're going to be asking you. Specifically, we're interested in direction on the following. Really, whether or not the incentive program should continue to be targeted to on-site housing provision, what that threshold for incentives should be. We think that at a minimum it's 12% because that's what the requirement is, but we want to ask that specifically. We also want to know from council if there are additional incentives for projects that provide above and beyond what that minimum requirement is. And also if there are specific additional incentives that we don't have as part of our package now that we may want to look at. And we'd be happy to give you some examples, but that would likely require us to do some additional research. So we can talk a little bit about that tonight. Those are the questions that we're going to go through, and we'll go through each of those individually here in just a second. But first, we thought it would be helpful to really identify the areas that staff has taken out of the code where we think there may need to be some updates to ensure that we're consistent with the IHO that you approved at the end of last year. So you'll see here this comparison table. On the left-hand side is really our current development incentives, and we did give you that code section as an attachment that really lays out what the code language is. So this is obviously just a summary. And then you'll see on the right kind of what the summary of the IHO is. So the current development incentives, again, provide the incentives are for eligible projects that are providing 10% or more of their affordable units as affordable. The IHO requires 12%, so this to us seems like a pretty straightforward update in terms of the percentage. The incentives in the code now also have specific language requiring affordable housing located in specific zoning districts to be restricted to that housing type. The IHO doesn't contain such a restriction. This may be an area that council wants to talk about in terms of a policy direction. That may be another way to incent additional affordable housing. That's something we would want to know from you. The IHO also doesn't require that affordable units be mixed in with market rate units. The incentives do contain a provision regarding dispersion of affordable housing units throughout a development. There was discussion, as I understand it, during your talks on the IHO, and so we assume that this requirement should be taken out of the development incentives, but do want to confirm that with council. Finally, the incentives have a duration period that is now not consistent with what the IHO has. We assume we should update our incentives to be more consistent with the ordinance that was approved last year, which essentially requires permanent affordability. So our take on this would be we would take these sections, make them consistent with the IHO per your previous direction, but also if you have different thoughts on these, we'd like to know that tonight. And certainly if there are questions at any point, please feel free to stop me.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think that the first four are straightforward, and the incentives should be made to match the inclusionary housing ordinance. I have a question about the duration. It's my understanding that the incentives are one time, and that just in exchange for the incentives, you commit to a duration of keeping the units affordable. So what you're doing is you're not changing the a duration or somehow making the incentive last longer. You're just making the commitment to affordability last longer. Is that correct?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Martin, I believe that's essentially correct. I mean, what's in the IHO is what's in the IHO, and that requires essentially permanent affordability. The incentives that we're talking about tonight are not the financial incentives. Those are separate and covered by a different section of the code. Really, this is, in order to get the incentives, how long would you need to keep your project affordable? And so there could be an example where someone provides maybe 15%. Would that additional percentage have a different duration than what's required in the IHO? That's what we're asking. Right now, to get the incentives for an owner-occupied project, a single-family home, for example, that period of affordability is only limited to 10 years, whereas under the IHO that you approved last year, that period is not 10 years, it's permanent.
Yes, that's clear. I'm really talking about the nature of the incentives. So a percentage of units isn't a good example. If an incentive is something like a fee waiver, well, if that fee recurs, then that's a big difference than if it's a one-time fee that gets waived.
Well, I think it's important to understand. Right now, we're talking just about the development incentives, and so those are things that would be. I mean, in a sense, you know, if you got a height bonus, for example, that would be permanent unless the building were torn down and redeveloped, and then there would be a different conversation.
It's a new project at that point.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, then I'm fine.
All right.
So speaking of the current incentives, and I apologize, we probably should have talked through this and it might have made it a little bit more clear, but these are the current development incentives that are contained within the Land Development Code. And again, keep in the back of your mind that there are additional financial incentives that are contained in a different section of the Municipal Code, but these are what are contained in Title 15. Again, these are available for projects providing at least 10% of their overall units as affordable. That's the way the code currently reads. These projects are able to receive the incentives through a written agreement with the city. So eligible projects can get up to a 20% density bonus. Based on some of the changes that were made with the Land Development Code last year, this is probably applicable to projects in residential zoning districts because we don't have density in the same way in our mixed use districts, but this is something that could still apply. Eligible projects can also receive a height bonus up to 1 additional story based on the current code if they provide that affordable housing. They can also have lot size and lot width reductions up to 20% if they are providing affordable housing on site. Parking reductions are also available for affordable units. This is the one incentive that really only applies to the affordable units themselves. So if you had a development that was 100 units, 10 of them were affordable, 10 of those could have the parking reduction rather than the whole development, which all of the other development incentives are applied across the whole development, which obviously makes sense from a height and density perspective.
All right, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, and then after this comment, write down your comments, and then we'll ask. No, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead, and then but then afterwards, everyone else, write down your comments, and then ask at the end of the presentation, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, I would be happy to make a comment about the expedited review after you talk about it.
Okay. Projects can also get expedited review. This is probably one of the most popular development incentives that we have. A project can have their review times reduced, which can save significant time, especially for major development applications. And so right now, that's any project, again, containing 10% affordable housing that receives incentives under a written development agreement.
So my comment on this is I think we need to clarify what expedited review is, because I know with the Brickstone development, they were granted what was called an expedited review, and I was told that a lot of people showed up to appeal that project, and they were told by the planning department that city council had was not that we were not allowing any appeals to any affordable housing project. So we can't have a situation where where citizens can't have appeals, but only developers can have appeals. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
So I think we need to clarify what that means and what by right variances mean too.
Mayor Bagley, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, if I get I'll try to answer what I think your question is. I think there's several different items that you mentioned there that are sort of important for us to unpack. Expedited review is completely separate from what projects can be appealed and not, so that's an important distinction. In this case, expedited review typically means that a project can have their review times turned around in 21 days. And so if you imagine that your benchmark time is normally 45 days on a first review or 60 days, that could be significant savings. Certain projects, depending on what who the decision-making body is, are appealable to a different decision-making body. And so I'm not entirely certain what the context of those comments are or what was said, but I will say that some of the changes we made in 2017 to the code were to remove the projects to have those decisions be administrative. And for example, instead of being a conditional use that required planning commission approval, they were a limited use or a permitted use. The reason that we made that change back in 2017 and carried forward in 2018 is because through our outreach with the community and with the development community, we heard that one of the biggest incentives that could be provided to encourage affordable housing is some predictability in the process. And so by shortening kind of the process time in terms of the number of public hearings, or the uncertainty with certain processes, that was really an attractive incentive, and so we built that into the code. And so in the project you mentioned, that was a limited use that didn't require public hearings. So again, not to, I wasn't party to those questions or answers, but just strictly from the code standpoint, there wouldn't have been a city council role for that project to come before you.
Right, but then, I mean, that was the discussion at the time that this was done, that administrative appeals often led to situations like the Gross and Bart brouhaha, and this is exactly what problems we don't want to continue to have, is to have something that's administratively approved that doesn't have any kind of right for a citizen input at all.
So,
And I would like to see some, well, I understand that that expedited review should be separate from the appeals process, but at that meeting, it was said by planning staff that they had no right to appeal. And it was said that that was city council's position because of expedited review. So that's a misunderstanding of the public, but it's also, I think, a problem that we need to talk about.
although, just to correct yourself, you said we, but city council adopted this as a policy.
Correct.
What, 2 years ago?
I think it was 2017.
2017.
Council adopted it as a policy.
Yeah. So this is a, for instance, what I meant like at the beginning. What I'm going to start doing is either make a motion, right? Because staff can't change it. These are the people we need to be able to. We can change it. They can't. Harold, what were you going to say?
No, what I was going to say is that was in 2017. It was a council, and it was basically saying it's a permitted use, and all zoning classifications are a limited use, which brings that administrative review forward.
Right.
But that was a code change.
Right. Okay. Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
I suggest that we bring that forward for further discussion at a study session. The concept of expedited review.
Okay.
And the change that we made several years ago that I did not vote for.
Okay. All right. Harold?
So I want to draw a distinction. Expedited review is how we go through the development process and review the applications from a building permit standpoint and a development of the site. I think there's two different conversations happening on this issue right now. So
Okay.
is
All right.
I just
Thank
want to
you.
be clear.
All right. Just like, how many slides do we got left?
I'm ready for the questions.
Okay. Well, cool.
So these questions sort of build on each other. If you say no more incentives, then we won't go through the rest of the questions, but just bear with me. So the first question that we have is, should the incentive program continue to be targeted to on-site housing only? Currently, again, a project is eligible for incentives if they're providing at least 10% of their overall units as affordable. And so we're curious if that should still continue with potentially the update of the amount change.
Dr. Waters?
Yeah, just to clarify, maybe it's one question that applies to everything everything that you just showed us that you're not coming back to questions on. In each of them, I'm assuming that we would change the code to be compliant with the with the inclusionary housing ordinance. So this would apply now to 12%, right? Parking would be 12%. All the issues that were 10% would become 12% unless we say otherwise.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Martin?
I would like to move that the incentive programs be targeted to any development allowed under the inclusionary zoning ordinance.
It's been moved and seconded. It's been the motion on the table, which was moved by Councilmember Martin and seconded by Dr. Waters, is should the incentive program continue to be targeted to on-site housing only? And the answer is no. That she moved that the incentive program be opened so that it's available to housing both on and off-site. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, but there are other, if we leave it as anything eligible for housing, what does that leave us other than off-site housing? There are other things that would apply to, wouldn't they? Wouldn't it?
Mayor Bagley, Mayor Pro Tem
I think it's
Christensen, I
confusing.
think some of the questions that we would have if council directed us to consider something other than on-site housing would be, and certainly we would want to have this discussion, not necessarily tonight, but at a future meeting. If, for example, someone was providing housing in a different location or was donating land in a different location, would the incentives apply to just the market rate housing? Would it apply to just the affordable housing that's off-site? Could it apply to both? So there'd be some things that we would need to think about in terms of kind of the impacts of some of the development incentives, you know, where those impacts were versus where the housing was provided. So those are some things to think about that we will need to be getting some additional clarification from council on. I'm happy to get that from you tonight. Those are a couple examples that I can think off the top of my head, but I think we'd need to think about that a little bit more critically and maybe put some parameters around that.
Yeah, I do think it makes it a little more confusing and complicated, but I'm willing to open it up to all of the affordable housing.
There's nobody in the queue. I guess my only concern, I have lots of concerns. Again, over the years, you know, our community has made sure that we do not have densely populated neighborhoods because we like our space, we like our views, we like the feel of the town. Again, what we're doing is running. You know, we built 2,500 apartment units over the last 3 years, and we continue to rush towards this densely packed in, lower value, more affordable home that and we're running there. And so just being aware that that's where we're headed. My concern would be if I were a developer, what I would do is I would ask and do my development as dense as possible, you know, asking for all the variances that I am required by this statute, and then buy land and bribe the staff with the city, sorry, but essentially it's staff, it's not council review, with a nice LHA, you know, 6-acre parcel that you guys can build your affordable housing on. And then I'm going to build the biggest apartment complex you have ever seen, and I am just going to squeeze it in and take advantage of everything. So I personally like the idea of it was nice and simple. It's truly, the incentive program truly is the only truly inclusionary zoning component of anything we've done, which is if you're going to build something, you can build a little bigger, but only if you will let people below 100% AMI actually, or 80% AMI actually live there too. I like that. So I'm probably not going to vote for the motion.
I'd also like to ask one quick follow-up question. As you're thinking about this, I think you mentioned any development allowed under the IHO. We would also be curious on how or if that would apply to people that choose to do payment in lieu. So would people be able to use the cash in lieu option and get a development incentive if that's something council would want to explore? Again, not necessarily tonight, but questions that we would have in terms of making those consistent.
If I had a button, I'd push it. It'd be like ding, 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 ding. Front of the line, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I prefer this to be an on-site housing only concept when it comes to a lot of these incentives, because it appears to me from all of our conversations that generally speaking, when we're given cash in lieu or land donations, we're pretty good at actually getting that housing built. It's more of a challenge of getting, and it actually goes to a different point, talking about dispersion, of getting good dispersion of this kind of housing within some of our, it's going to be more likely to happen if you require the on-site requirement for the incentive to actually see some sort of affordable housing built into these developments. And so I probably will not vote for the motion either. Thank you.
The motion is, I move that the incentive program no longer be targeted only at on-site housing, but also off-site housing. That was, you said all. Yes, but on-site, off-site, and whatever else all means. So let's go ahead, Councilmember Peck.
Thank you. I probably won't be voting for this either because if I understand it correctly, and it is, a developer has offsite, and would they put their 12% offsite in one location if they were going to donate land and build there? And not 12% in the original development? I mean, is that, or is it 12% in each development?
I think that's an option under the IHO, is to construct your required housing somewhere else.
So I would be against that because I really don't want to have low-income housing sections of our city. I want it to be dispersed. So I won't be voting for this.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I am convinced by the arguments that that we should not make any attempt to apply this to land donations or cash in lieu. So I was careless in the way I worded my motion. On the other hand, I think that Councilmember Peck's objection is already covered by the inclusionary housing ordinance, and there are restrictions on where off-site buildings are allowed. And so the concern that you're talking about, Councilmember Peck, is not really going to happen. It's already prevented by the inclusionary housing zone ordinance. And so I would like to restate my motion as it should be applicable to both on-site and off-site construction. In other words, any construction associated with one plan.
Dr. Waters, you're in the queue, but let me go ahead and ask the question that is begging to be asked. Just to clarify, is that the case right now? Meaning, is this particular section of the code, the incentives, the same as the inclusionary zoning code? No. I'm just trying to get clarification. What I'm saying is that I just want to know.
So here's the distinction in those two pieces. When the original incentive piece is today for on-site housing only. When you all structured the new ordinance, there were other components that you allowed developers to utilize instead of on-site, one of those being off-site. And so, but the difference in this case is on-site can be approved by council. On-site can be approved by staff. Off-site has to come before council for approval. So that you couldn't just locate it anywhere and it goes through a process back here. That's a piece that we have to bring to you all to decide on, just like K2.
So we'd have to do inclusionary zoning part 2. I know how I'm voting. Dr. Waters.
Each individual location.
Got it. Okay. Dr. Waters?
So just to clarify the motion, is your motion to require that the land code be revised, that we amend the land code to reflect, to become compliant with the inclusionary housing ordinance? I second your motion. To do otherwise, we're going to have one set of requirements in the land code and a different set of requirements in the inclusionary housing ordinance, correct?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, this would only apply to projects that are seeking development incentives. And so it would basically be, if you chose to only leave it at on-site, it would only apply to those projects that were choosing to fulfill their inclusionary housing requirement through on-site provision.
And what does the inclusionary zoning ordinance require or incent?
So Mayor and Council, City Attorney, so under the inclusionary housing ordinance, you could do on-site, off-site, land, fee in lieu, let's make a deal. I heard the motion, or the motion maker, seeking to revise her motion. It would require the approval of the seconder. I didn't hear
right.
that.
And also, I understand what you're trying to do, but I think we need it in 2 motions. Motion 1 would be, should the incentive program be permitted on on-site, off-site, and all, your words were all sites. Okay, Okay, then it's just on-site and off-site. And then after that, if that were to pass, then the motion is to change the code so that it is reflective and matches. Why do I have deja vu here? Right? Then to match the code in the inclusionary zoning ordinance.
I believe that was the motion, to make the land code compliant with all the brilliant work we did on inclusionary housing. To vote otherwise is going to add to confusion, it seems to me, and inconsistency unnecessarily.
I agree. I completely agree with you. Right? I agree with you, but that technically wasn't the motion. I agree with you. But let's go ahead. We have a motion on the floor, and we'll see if it passes, and then go from there. Okay? So it's should the incentive. So the motion is the incentive program should continue to be targeted, or should no longer be targeted to on-site housing only, but should also include off-site. That was seconded by Dr. Waters. Okay? All right. Let's vote. Or, sorry, we have one more person. The dialogue's not wrapped up. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm going to vote against this because of the reasons that the mayor mentioned and the reasons that Councilmember Rodriguez mentioned. I do think it leaves it open to a lot more manipulation, and I would like to keep it simple and just have it on-site housing only.
Councilmember Finley.
You must remember that we get to vote on any off-site project. Council votes on any off-site project. So if we didn't like it, we wouldn't approve it.
Oh, I vote for a lot of stuff I don't like. All right. Nobody else is in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes. That passes. Actually, that passes. 4-4, 3 against. That's Councilmember Finley, Councilmember Peck, Councilmember Martin, Dr. Waters 4, Aaron Rodriguez, or Councilmember Rodriguez, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, and myself against. So that passes. Dr. Waters? Yes. You have a motion to make. The motion. If not, you don't have to. But
well, I thought we just took care of this.
Well, then now it's the incentive program should continue to be targeted to on-site and off-site housing only. And now you should make the motion that this should be reflective and needs to match inclusionary zoning.
So, Aaron, would be more helpful you to do these all at once or one at a time? Because you're going to run through a series of questions here. Because I'm going to vote every time to make the land code compliant with the inclusionary housing ordinance. To do otherwise is, I don't know how confusing we want to make it for the development community. To make them inconsistent seems to not a wise decision. But if we need to make a motion now to make the IZ ordinance compliant with the land code when it comes to on-site and off-site, then I'm going to make that motion. But I thought we just did that.
Well, on one hand, I think Eugene would do that anyway, even without a motion. But I also think
then my motion's on the table.
Okay, and I will second that.
So, can I say something
You may,
about that?
Ms. Fedler.
I think the issue is not so much that the incentive program isn't consistent with the inclusionary housing ordinance, and some of what we're going through is trying to make sure that's true. The problem, I think, is if you carte blanche say all the incentives apply to the inclusionary housing, we're going to have some problems, because that means, I think, everybody that's doing inclusionary housing as part of the inclusionary housing ordinance now has access to all of the incentives, which might be good in some cases, but might be bad in others. For instance, the expedited plan review. If everyone who's doing affordable housing now gets expedited plan review, planning's going to blow up. So is there some kind of additional incentive, additional requirement 15%, 20% affordable housing that would kick in order to be eligible for the expedited plan review. And some of those kinds of things, I think, is the discussion that we need to have. Or y'all can just decide all the incentives go to anyone who's doing affordable housing.
Well, I think what I heard, again, I guess this goes back to Dr. Waters. Can I get clear I don't know what's in the queue. Can you clear my screen, please? I don't want to talk if anybody's in the queue. Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. I guess what I was going to say is what I hear him saying there shouldn't be inconsistencies. So, Councilmember Martin, I know that we voted on on-site versus off-site, but what if somebody wanted to donate land? Okay, so that wasn't in the motion, right? So I just want to be.
No.
I want to be.
But that's off-site.
Not. Right, but we don't, correct. But at the same time, we allow blank land under inclusionary zoning, and that doesn't necessarily have density either. Right, right. But what I'm saying is if you go back to slide 1 that we just were on. So why would this be any different than the inclusionary zoning donation of land? No, okay, so if I want to build an inclusionary zoning and I come with a 20-acre piece of land, or let's say 5-acre piece of land, I can donate that to the city and say that is my inclusionary housing, requirement. Give it to LHA and build something beautiful. I'm going to go build my stuff, right? How would the city determine if that land were good enough? Value?
There's items within the ordinance that shows it has to be developable and lays out a criteria for us to accept that land in that process. So there is a set of parameters that we have to utilize in order to get that land. The difference in this case, and I think why you don't need to do that, is because when we get the land or LHA gets the land or any of those groups, they then come with their project that's separate and apart from the inclusionary process, and they ask for those affordable housing incentives. It's not the developer that's asking for them in those cases with land donations.
Right, so here, I heard the maker of the motion say, yes, it's included. I heard another council member say, no, we don't need it. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess what I'm saying I'm confused. And we had a review for our city attorney. I'm trying to make his job easy, right? And so if I were him, I wouldn't know what to do. So I'm not going to move on from number 1 till we have the answer. So right now, if someone wants to build incentives or provide incentives or use the incentive program, they can build on-site or off-site, right? There's a motion currently on the table to make sure that it matches inclusionary zoning. Right? Inclusionary zoning allows donations of land. You voted? No, we didn't vote on land. We voted on-site and off-site. No, only on-site and off-site. That's why I'm coming back to make, and so it doesn't include land. It doesn't include the other, what was the other one, Eugene? The let's make a deal, right? So is it going to include let's make a deal and land donation? And if so, what does that mean? Because what I don't want to have happen is first ordinance come back and Eugene be in trouble for not following council's direction, because I don't know what our direction is at this point. Let's go with Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So Eugene, can we just pass this incentive as per the motion on the board, or do you need more direction to include land donation and everything else? Or can we pass this incentive as the motion was made? Am I making sense? Because I don't think what Mayor Bagley is saying needs to be part of this motion.
So my understanding now is that the incentive program applies to on-site, off-site. If there was land donation, the land donation could be, if they met the code criteria with infrastructure being available, able to support at least the number of affordable housing units, all the criteria that are in the inclusionary housing, they would satisfy the inclusionary housing piece of things. Whoever comes to develop that land, if their project met whatever council decides upon for the land development incentives, then they may qualify for that. But it's really a two-step process in my mind.
All right. So you are not confused? I am not confused if you're not confused. Okay. Okay, I got it. Just checking. Okay.
I'm
All
okay
right.
for now. Don't know where you guys are going to go next, but.
All right. There's a motion on the table. Dr. Waters, do you need that motion? Or are you good now? Because I'm good now. It was your motion at my insistence. I don't remember what that motion was. Now, the motion was to make sure that so that what we just voted on, which was the motion passed, which the incentive program shall now be targeted to both on-site and off-site housing, to make sure that that incentive program statement, meaning if you're targeting on-site and off-site housing, make sure that it matches the inclusionary zoning ordinance. But my question would be, what does that mean if it doesn't mean what I thought it meant and what Eugene just clarified it to mean? Yeah, it's your turn.
Was that a question? Well, my motion was, I intended my motion to stipulate that this, number one on this list, and what I said was every one of these that come up, I'm gonna come down in a place to make certain that the land code complies with inclusionary housing, the ordinance. And it's my understanding that right now, under the inclusionary housing ordinance, land donation is an option. Yet in the ordinance, we stipulate that the city reviews and it has to be developable, right? And we can assert or require affordable housing constructed on that land.
Right, except that, like, for example, I still don't, at least I'm not, blame it on me, okay? Blame it on me.
We're going to.
I'm the idiot that doesn't understand, right? But based on what you just said and based on what Eugene just said, it's a two-step process.
That's what he said.
So the incentive program would never include more land donations. It would have already gone through that step. Because the developer or the developer, the first person bringing the land would donate the land under inclusionary zoning.
Affordable housing, the inclusionary, they're 12%. They would have met the 12% requirement through the land donation.
Right, and then then either that developer becomes a builder now, or a new builder comes on, and now they use the incentive program to either to build on site to take advantage of the incentives, or go build somewhere else off site. But they still have to, I guess they'd have to double down on 12% in order to take advantage of the incentive program. I'm just saying that there's little wonder in my mind why we're all going to be fighting each other in 2 weeks when. So, but I mean, 12% or 12% plus 12% is a huge difference.
Your concern is that the incentive is being applied twice.
No, my concerning is we don't understand what we're doing.
Well, let me ask, are you concerned that there's an incentive being applied twice?
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what the two-step process
donator of
would
the
be.
land is benefiting from the incentive because it's not even an incentive at that point in time.
No, it's just a tax.
It's a donation.
Yeah.
It's how you meet the requirements, not an incentive.
Yep.
So there's no incentive at that point.
Correct.
Right? I'm the developer. I gave the city this land. That got me off the hook in terms, I met my 12% requirement. I don't have to now pay fee in lieu because I donated the land. Somebody else can benefit from an incentive if they're going to build affordable housing on the land I donated. One time does that incentive apply. But it is a two-step because somebody has to come back and submit an application for that affordable housing project.
To take advantage of the incentives, I have to give another 12%.
No, so let me ask some theoretical questions here to try to, so Mayor Bagley is coming in with a project and you don't want to build on site, you don't want to build off site, you don't want to do fee in lieu, you donate land, you satisfy your requirement. You're done.
No, I had to come to council and get permission first.
Yeah, you have to come to council
now
and
I'm
get
done.
but
Okay.
you're done. Councilmember Rodriguez now is a nonprofit who wants to build housing. He comes in, not the same builder. It's not you. And he goes, I've got to build the affordable housing. Councilmember Rodriguez is Habitat for Humanity.
Mm-hmm.
He comes in, Councilmember Rodriguez gets the incentives in terms of, well,
no, that's
herein is a question because
if that's true, then what we've just done is given every developer in town variances.
I'm thinking
through the inclusionary zoning ordinance.
I'm thinking
that's
of
my
financial
point.
incentives.
We didn't do that.
The question is this.
Yeah.
So, if you do on-site, you get. Can you go back to that slide? That slide before. I get your question now.
Yeah.
You get if you do it on site, you get a density bonus, a height bonus, lot size, lot width reductions, parking reductions, and expedited review. We said that needs to be consistent. The question is if we do it off-site.
Hold on one sec. Whoa. So you're telling me if we have, under the inclusionary zoning ordinance that we passed, it was our intention, right, that if we go ahead and someone wants to develop in this town, right, and they pay the 12%, and they're going to do it on site, they get a density bonus, a height bonus, a lot size and width reduction, parking reductions, and an expedited review?
If you all want them to get...
No, I'm just saying, no, what I'm saying is we are forcing everyone in this town to follow this, which means that everything that's built in this town automatically gets higher density, higher height, lot size, parking reductions, and expedited review without coming to council. That was not my intent. I'm just telling you, that's what the law is. That's what we're doing. I'm just pointing out that we don't know what we're talking about right now, and I want to make sure we do, because that man is going to be under the gun.
And that is the question. So before, when we didn't have a requirement, if you came in and you were voluntarily going to build affordable housing, here's what you got. It was available to you should you desire to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're saying everybody has to build 12%.
Yep.
Do you want to make those available to everybody?
Yeah. So what we're talking about here, it's doubling. It's exactly what I thought it was. Yeah. Actually, Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think it was my thought that when we were passing the inclusionary housing ordinance, that we told the developers that we're passing this, but we're going to give you something for it. We're going to make it not hurt quite so bad by letting you have density bonuses and height bonuses and lot size and width reductions and parking reductions. That's how I remember it. So if I remembered it wrong, I did, but that's what I thought.
All right, council member. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, all of these things have been in place for 5 years now, and almost no one has availed themselves of that. So I see what the problem is that, now we have, and that's what I was talking about with the expedited review. If everything's expedited, we can't have everything expedited because where do you start? It just means that it's impossible for planning to do anything. I think we do need to talk about this at more length, because if, as Mayor Bagley says, everybody starts to use all of these, we are going to have a very strange town. And we have to, as Aaron suggested, maybe we could, or Kathy, maybe we could consider offering these only to people who, offering density and height, for instance, and parking well, yeah, those two, which can cause a lot of community angst, I think. Maybe those could only be offered to people willing to offer higher densities like 15. I mean, higher things like 15%. I don't know. I really do think we need to discuss all these things at a little bit. Well, we can keep talking about them tonight. It's 9 o'clock, but
Maybe we should move to questions 2 and 3
Yes.
and then circle back to
Yeah.
a broader
Because I would
discussion.
like to point out
No,
that
I- yeah,
we're
I know, Marcia, hold on. You'll get your
What
turn.
Aaron is trying to do is walk us through these questions so that we can make them congruent with the land code and with the inclusionary zoning, because right now we have the previous set of incentives. These are the previous incentives, and now we have the inclusionary housing. And so in order to work through these things, we should probably let Aaron walk through the rest of them, or we'll be discussing this question alone all night long.
Councilmember Martin.
What I've been so eager to say is that I think question number 1 is kind of an accident waiting to happen, and it happened to me, because what I hope questions 2 and 3 are about individual incentives, because I don't think it's possible. A density bonus is inherently different than an expedited review. And they're going to have different effects on the city process, and we shouldn't have tried to ask and answer a question about the whole basket of them at once at all, and that's the source of all of this confusion. So I don't know what we do about the motions made and passed now, but I think it was probably not a good idea to try to make a motion about question number 1 at all.
The proper protocol would be to move to reconsider the previous motion.
Then I move to reconsider the previous motion.
I would second that. Dr. Waters.
I don't even know where to go at this point.
It's the right direction.
Part of the point that Councilmember Martin was making is one of these things is not like the others. I mean, these are so different. So just let me get clear what the fears are here and our assumptions. Since, as the Mayor Pro Tem has pointed out, we haven't had developers take advantage of these, with the exception of expedited review, at all.
Right, but they will all take it. But now everyone who builds will be available, because
that assumes that every builder is going to deliver 12% of whatever they build as affordable housing. Because if they're paying fee in lieu, they're not eligible for any of this, are they? No, it's only if they're going to deliver 12% of everything they build as affordable. What are the chances of that?
12% up until the cream. We let them off the cream.
Well, as we went through the inclusionary housing ordinance, as I recall, we were concerned that at the end of the day, we would not get affordable housing. I mean, we worked hard to create an ordinance that would get us workforce housing as well as affordable housing. Now we're saying we don't want as much affordable housing?
Is that a question to me?
Well, maybe it's a question to the council. I'll be quiet, because I had a motion on the floor that I think was seconded that didn't go anywhere. Now we have two motions on the floor.
No, it's on the table.
Well, we have two motions.
No,
on
you're
the
right.
table.
Well, you should have said point of order. You called Marcia and me out of order.
You're the boss man here.
You got to police this, Doc.
Well,
no,
so I'll withdraw the motion I made, so you can get your motion to reconsider on the floor.
All right. There's a motion to reconsider. Do you want to say something, or do you want to vote?
I want to say something. Aaron, is my assumption that your next questions are about individual incentives correct, or are they more general questions like question number 1?
My next questions relate to what the minimum threshold for receiving incentives should be, which we assume is 12%, but maybe it's something different. And then the following question relates to Kathy's comment, which may get to what you're speaking about. Are there either specific incentives or a specific threshold above and beyond what's required that someone may get something more for? So if you provide 25%, does then that unlock certain incentives for you? That may be kind of to your question. And then the last question is really what specific incentives do you want us to look at? You know, we have these 5 that are in the package now. There's others that could be looked at. These could be looked at differently in different zoning districts for different housing types. There's myriad ways we could look at that, and so that question really gets to that.
Yeah, I'd rather not look at myriad ways, but I am thinking about one concept plan that I have seen that had the affordable component of it as a building of flats that were condos, and you could, with the height bonus, you could get an extra, you know, your extra 3% and go from 12 to 15%, for example. You know, so that would be a nice application of exactly what you're talking about. But I'm not sure it wouldn't be simpler to go through and say, how shall the density bonus be applied? Because the answer in that case would be, you know, something like, if you have affordable units in the building, you get the height bonus. If you have other units elsewhere, the height bonus, it doesn't make sense to apply it to that. So that's what I'm saying, is wouldn't it be smarter to go through incentive by incentive, because they all potentially could have a different rule that is informed by the inclusionary housing ordinance, but not necessarily dictated by it.
So let me play mayor just for a second, okay, please. All right, and so let me just ask a question of council, okay? What are we incenting? Okay, going back to comment and question and the commitment that we made earlier, before we ask our city staff and city council to bring back something, including an ordinance, what do we want? Instead of just passing this, what are we trying to accomplish? Yeah, Councilmember Martin.
I think that we want to build as many affordable housing units as we can until we reach the goal of 12% affordable units overall in terms of the number of houses in the city. And our housing crisis will abate sooner the faster we build those units.
All right, so again, okay. So I'm just, again, but with this, the current development incentives, what are we trying to get people to do? We're already forcing them to do something. What more do we want them to do? What are we incenting them to do? To give you a density bonus, a height bonus, a lot size bonus, a parking reduction bonus, an expedited review, you have to do X. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, we are trying to get as much quality, affordable, decent housing as we can until we reach the goal, as Councilwoman Martin said. But we have to do it thoughtfully, and we can't turn the town into piles of high-rises in the middle of residential areas that have never had those. We have to balance it out with jobs. We have to balance it out with lots of things so that it's consistent with what Longmont's values are and what Longmont's residential areas have always been like. And these are incentive. What we're giving, I think, would be better to say offsets, because these enable developers to build more efficient, make more money off of what they're doing. Height, density, lot size, and lot reduction and parking reductions, all, and expedited review, all of those save the developers money And that's what we're doing with our incentive programs. They also get reduced, as Aaron said, the other offsets that we give them are also considerable, and various fee waivers. But that's not part of this, because although that is to me an incentive or an offset, it's not part of the land development code. So, but all of those things are to incent developers to be able to economically build affordable, decent housing in this city.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. My opinion is that while I was an on-site only proponent in the last vote and last motion, if we do on-site and off-site, I would say to trigger incentives, you need to be at 12% plus X percentage above 12% to trigger incentives. And that's my opinion on the subject at this point.
Dr. Waters?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would react to this conversation if I had been sitting in the audience as a developer, thinking, okay, how I can make this work. And I don't mean to be a champion. I'd like to be a champion for affordable housing, but I also don't want to be part of a bait and switch, saying we're going to do one thing and do something else. And it seems to me, there was a time when I would like to have had this conversation about the consistency of these codes and couldn't get, I just couldn't get any traction with that. But that's when we should have been talking about this, in my opinion. Or that said, there's the evening I was trying to make that case, the project I was concerned about is one behind the hospital that was going to be luxury homes. And because of where we went with our ordinance, the developer scrapped one plan and pivoted to develop product to respond to what we said we need. So that is going to be 40 small homes, 40 homes on smaller lots. Guess what? Our land code won't allow that developer to build 40 homes on smaller lots unless we make land code compliant with the inclusionary housing ordinance. So I guess we can say to that developer, sorry, or you'll have to bring them you have to bring them all to us and we can approve them one at a time. But since these are not all the same, the lot size reduction, maybe it saves the developer money, but they're delivering a product we said we want in this town for working families. I don't know if they make more money or less money. The concern was, are we getting a product for working families? And lot size and width reductions is one of the ways to do that. Now, I don't know how that fits as an incentive for that developer, because it's not reducing their costs, which is a little different than the density bonus, although the density bonus might be part of that as well, because part of that project also includes an affordable rental apartment complex, 30 to 50% of AMI. Oh, and by the way, that also is going to be the stacked ranches that Councilmember Martin was talking about, which probably does qualify for the density bonus. I don't know, or the height bonus. They're going to be priced 80 to 100% of AMI. Now, I'm sitting here thinking, why would we not want to do everything we could to encourage that in the land code? I thought that's why we spent months trying to package a land code that got us a range of options for rentals for 30 to 50% or 60% AMI, market-priced housing with no penalty. We're forcing people to pay a P in lieu if they're not going to build what we want. We're incenting them to deliver what we want. I thought that's what we set out to do in the first place.
And I'm just going to respond real quick, not to argue, but I hear you. No. I hear you and I understand you, and I agree with everything you just said. My only question is, or no, actually I've got several questions, but one of the questions I have is, if everyone is being forced to do inclusionary zoning, and inclusionary zoning, what's in it matches the incentive program, right? And everyone who does the incentive requirements are entitled to a density bonus, height bonus, lot size parking reductions, and an expedited review. Ergo, this council will never have the opportunity to hear anything ever again regarding development in our city, we're just going to have a lot of highly dense development. That is my concern. You still have the floor. Go ahead.
I didn't.
I called on you last.
I know
every
we're trying
time
to be
so
more
far today.
disciplined here, and
No, you're so
wanna
disciplined.
Play by the
Dr.
rules.
Waters.
So what we're forcing people to do is pay us $7.90 a square foot for 12% of the square footage for homes that are priced above 120% of AMI. I mean, the ultimate, isn't that what we did with our inclusion? That's what we're forcing. We're not forcing anybody to do anything other than you pay us.
That's what I mean.
If you don't deliver housing at 100% AMI or less, right? Now, if you do lower than 80% AMI, we're gonna provide some incentives for that. We're not forcing that at all. We're incenting one. We're forcing the other. I don't. You're confusing me with equating what we're forcing people to do in the same sentence with what we're incenting people to do. Yeah. So if people are, if a builder's bringing us 12% of their units affordable, right? They're going to build 12% if that's where we end up. But since that's what we did in the ordinance, I thought that's what we would do in the land code, but I hear that there's maybe the recommendation that we do more. That is where it would sound like a bait and switch to me, but I'll listen to the debate.
I have more to say, but Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think that Councilmember Waters is exactly right about that, and that the first 4 of these incentives should apply to any development that has that meets the inclusionary zoning construction rules. Okay, so we had in the example that I wish we could put it up on a slide because it was a nice neighborhood. You know, it's not ugly, and the stacked ranches are buildable because of the density bonus and the height bonus, and the townhomes and the standalone homes are buildable because of the lot size and width reductions. And I'm not even sure whether the parking reductions were needed. But and then that also the affordable apartment complex, again, depends just for buildability on the density bonus and the height bonus. Okay, so that's a good neighborhood. You shouldn't, just because he's using those incentives, and it shouldn't necessarily require additional affordable units because of that. And I think that's what Dr. Waters is trying to say. Let's take expedited review separately because we've already met that promise with our lean process improvement, you know, that we're making independent efforts that, yeah, don't necessarily commit to 21 days, 21 days, 21 days, but still we're going to do better. Okay, so maybe expedited review can be associated with a higher number of affordable units. But the others are just part of the ways that we make those low-cost units still have some margin in them.
So so you have 2 components in this. You have, so out of the options, on-site, off-site, payment in lieu, and land donation. These 2 have nothing to do with anything being built. These 2 have everything to do with something being built. So I guess my question would be, because I've heard you all sort of bounce around this, is this about do these incentives apply to product that's being built? Or does it apply to everything? And that was a bit of a concern I had when we say it applies to everything. It would grab land development and land donation and payment in lieu. And so my question was, do you want it to apply to product that's being built? Or do you want it to apply to all 4 of these? That's, I think, the first question we need to start with. Pardon?
Well, actually, I haven't ruled. The chair has not ruled whether it's out of order, but if you'd like to. But thank you, Councilmember Martin, for your opinion. Would you like to withdraw your motion? Are you withdrawing your motion? Okay, all right, just checking. All right, we have a motion on the table. Thank you for the reminder. Let's go ahead and vote on that. And it was a motion to reconsider the previous motion, which was to. No, he withdrew his motion. That motion was out of order. No, wait, I don't remember. Let's go ahead and vote on your motion. It's on the table. The motion was to reconsider the previous motion, which basically said that the incentive program would apply to on-site and off-site rather than just on-site. This is a motion to reconsider. So this takes us back to square one. Meaning that voting yes means it goes back to the beginning. It takes us back an hour. It's like a time machine. Yeah, it's fun. You can't argue against it, but you can vote against it. Councilmember Peck? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. Councilmember Peck, Councilmember Martin? All right, that passes 5-2 with Councilmember Finley and Councilmember Martin voting against. So why don't we do this? For the remainder of this presentation, let's hear the questions. Let's have a discussion, hear all the questions, and then at the end, we will take specific votes to answer each question rather than making motions. Does that make sense? All right, we're in agreement. Okay, keep going. And let's hold our questions until the end.
So we've talked about question one. I'm going to move to question two, which I think I've heard you answer. What's the minimum amount of affordable housing that needs to be provided to be eligible for the incentives? I think I have generally heard 12%, although I think Councilmember Martin proposed a pretty reasonable idea, and that kind of goes into the third question is, should additional incentives be considered for projects providing additional affordable housing? If so, what is that threshold? So that could be for a specific incentive that we currently have now. It could be for a different incentive. What we'd be interested in knowing, following up on Councilmember Martin's example, is let's say a project was providing more housing and wanted expedited review. What would that threshold need to be? Is it double? Is it 15%? Is it 50%? So we'd appreciate some thoughts on that. And then the final question really relates to the specific incentives themselves. Are there additional incentives that council would like to consider? Staff's done some preliminary research on some incentives that other communities look at. We're obviously also working with Clarion and have asked them to look for some best practices in this world, and so we could present those ideas. We can talk a little bit about that tonight. We can talk about how we might look at our existing incentives differently, and so that's our last question to you. And I can go back to the slide that has all the questions if that's easiest.
So, Councilmember Martin?
Sorry. I actually feel ready to introduce a new set of motions now. But
easy. Okay, that's great. You can go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm not going to. I'm going to let some people talk about it. But I would really like to reiterate that I think that the threshold should be 12% for anything that involves actually building, for the actual land use code. I think we should have a separate discussion about expedited review.
Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I move that we make the minimum amount of affordable housing that needs to be provided for eligible incentives at 12%.
Buckle up. Here we go again. All right. I tried. Thank you. The chair would, no offense, but let me chair this meeting. All right. Would you like to restate your motion, please? No, just, okay, the motion, no, go
I
ahead.
move
You can
that
do
the
it.
minimum amount of affordable housing that needs to be provided to be eligible for incentives at 12%.
That was moved by Councilmember Peck and seconded by Councilmember Martin. So, point of order, and that would be, what level of affordable housing? Meaning, what percentage of AMI? Meaning, what does affordable housing mean? I'm not arguing. I just want to know. So what I'm saying is, right now,
are you trying to define workforce versus affordable?
No. What I'm saying is that again, okay. So we've got, if you build less than 80%, right? If you got less than 80% as our target, right? 80 to 120 or 80 to 100% is you don't need to build any, right? If you're building luxury homes and luxury condos, then you've got 12. I mean, you just pay 12% cash in lieu. But let's suppose that I'm going to put 12% of the homes in a very wealthy neighborhood as affordable, you know, or luxury condos, and I'm going to make 12% of them luxury condos. Are all those eligible for the incentive? Meaning, if I build 80% AMI and I'm going to put 12% affordable housing into my homes, into my unit, I'm going to build an apartment building with 100 apartments. Scenario A, you've got 100 apartments, and you're building 80% or 79% AMI, and you put in 12% affordable housing. You're doing one at 90% AMI, 100 units at 90% AMI, and you're going to do 12% affordable housing, or you're going to build $100 million condos, you're going to build 12% AMI. Are all of them eligible for the same incentives?
I've had something to say.
So right now, the incentives apply to affordable housing. So 80% area median income and below for sale, 60% area median income and below for rental, and just to those units, except for, again, Councilmember Martin's point, that if it's a height bonus, then it's across the development.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is 3 scenarios. I come to you, Kathy, I said, I'd like to build 100 units. I'm going to build an apartment complex, okay? And again, this relates to the motion on the floor, which is I moved the minimum amount of affordable housing that needs to be provided to be eligible for incentives is 12%, right? Mm-hmm. I come to you and I see the statute, right? And I say, hey, I'm going to build 12%. And you go, well, what you building? I divide by 3, okay? Mm-hmm. Red, yellow, and green Brian, right? Red Brian says, I am going to build 179% AMI units, and I am going to actually build on-site 12% affordable housing units. 12 of my units will be affordable. Yellow Brian says 90% AMI, right? And I am going to build, workforce or whatever. 12% of my on-site units will be affordable. Green Brian shows up and says, I'm going to build $100 million condos, right? And I'm going to build 12% affordable units on site. Are all 3 of them are 12% of affordable housing, but all 3 of them are different situations under our inclusionary zoning code. And so my question is, does the person who's building the $1 million condos, again, I'm not arguing, I just want to make sure we understand what we're doing, the $1 million developer and the person who's building the 60% or 79% or 80% and below AMI units, they are both getting the same incentive pursuant to the motion. And I just want to make sure, is that what we want to do? I'm just pointing out this is very complex and complicated. And again, I'm just thinking of that man right there because no problem. You're welcome, Eugene. I just want to know what we're going to do. All right, Dr. Waters?
Go ahead.
Can I answer your question?
Sure.
So they will get the same land development incentives, meaning they get the height, 1 floor height, the density, the other things that were listed, they will not get the same financial incentives. The financial incentives are only on the units. So
Well,
if you're
yeah, I get that. No, I get
if
that.
you're building
Yeah.
12% and you say that's the threshold,
Okay.
then you will get the one floor height bonus, you'll get the density bonus, all of that's on the list.
Okay.
As
Mayor
long
Pro
as you're
Tem?
meeting the 12%.
Well, I had that you had called on me. And then
Oh, sorry. I thought you. Sorry, for some
No,
reason.
I yielded for the moment.
Did you? Well, Dr.
to the
Waters,
city
you
manager.
have the floor.
I don't. It just this is going to be picking your example apart.
Yeah,
but,
go ahead.
But
Go.
but I think good examples could be useful here. The problem with the example is, you mentioned 90% of AMI and 70% of AMI. Somebody who's building those units is not subject to a 12% requirement.
I understand that. That's what I'm. Yes, that's true. I'm not arguing. I'm just making sure we understand. I'm just saying the developer on the building the $1 million condos is.
So the developer of the $1 million condos on 12 of those units would receive incentives, whatever the incentives are for height or density or whatever, correct?
They would get all, I mean, you can't really separate the land use incentives by the number of units. So that would be sort of, that would be uniform across, pardon? Except for parking. Parking, you would only get it on those units, but the rest of them, because it's really related to the broader development.
On rentals or, well, that doesn't really
Depending on
matter.
how
Yeah,
it
yeah,
fit
yeah.
in there.
Right.
So you would get those that are more broad to the development. Those that are specific to units would be specific to the units.
Councilmember Martin?
Let's not forget that in some of the cases that Mayor Bagley cited, you couldn't really use the lot width bonus, for example. I defy you to build $1 million home on a 40-foot lot. You know, ain't happening. Pardon me? Okay. Were they condos? Oh, okay. Well, anyhow, the example still, the comment still applies. Sometimes, for some building plans, you're not going to be able to use some of the incentives. And nobody has to use any of the incentives. The incentives will be used where they make the concept plan more buildable. And I think that's fine.
I'm not arguing against it. I just want to make sure we understand it so that we're giving policy direction to our attorney's office so he comes back with an ordinance that we accept without getting upset. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to change one thing about this motion, which is to exclude expedited review, as we've discussed, so that we don't still conflate that with, or still include that, because we agreed we would have that discussion separately.
Okay.
Would you, could I amend the ordinance to, or the motion?
Well, let's treat that as a separate motion.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and the motion it was moved by Councilmember Peck and seconded that the minimum amount of affordable housing that needs to be provided to be eligible for incentives, all affordable housing, shall be 12%. It was seconded. Period, full stop. Let's vote. Watch the tape at 9:24. All right, that passes 6-4 with Councilmember Martin against. Okay. Sorry. All right. Do we have another? Let's go ahead and we can. Do you want to do away with Did you want to make a motion to do away with expedited review? Or what? Okay, well.
Well.
Can you clear my thing, please? No, not you. Thank you.
Okay, I move that we amend that to exclude expedited review for now, because we agreed that was for all further development in the city, because we agreed that was something we needed to further discuss.
All right. The motion is that we do away with the expedited review process. All right, go ahead.
Okay, the motion is that we exclude expedited review for now from the incentives until we have a chance to clarify it.
I guess the chair's confused. So we're not doing away with expedited review, but we're just. All right, the motion is that I just go ahead and restate the motion, please.
The motion is that we amend the last thing we voted on, the last motion we voted on, to exclude expedited review from the incentives we offer every developer in town until we discuss that we make expedited review a separate thing, a separate incentive with possible clarifying that we make expedited review still possible, but only under certain circumstances.
I'm going to call point of order. I'm going to have you just keep trying. That's all right. Just what circumstances would those be?
Well, that's what we need to discuss.
All right. So why don't
because if everybody has expedited review, our planning department will go crazy.
So why don't we go ahead and have a conversation on when expedited review should be permitted? Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I don't know I don't know how you withdraw a second. I seconded Councilmember Peck's motion, thinking that I was hearing it only have the first four incentives in it and not expedited review, because expedited review cannot work like the other four that apply to business buildings. Now,
yeah, guys,
I know, I'm just explaining why we need Councilmember Christensen's motion,
guys,
okay?
Okay, wait. All right, guys, time out, okay? Everybody tonight, I get it, all right? Let me chair the meeting, all right? We're going to go through. I understand everybody's very, very intelligent and very capable. We're trying to get through this, all right? I'm going to call the shots. I got the ball, all right? And we're going to get through this. But what we're going to do is we are going to take the questions one at a time. If you have an opinion that relates to the question, we're going to talk about it. If it is not clear to me or some other member of council, we are going to keep asking and talking till it's clear, and Eugene tells me, yes, I can write an ordinance, and then we will just keep going until we're done. But what we won't do is I don't want to get off on tangents or argue or talk or call on people or tell people they can or can't say. Got a gavel. All right. So what the motion was, there's been one motion passed, and that is the minimum amount of affordable housing that shall be provided to be eligible for incentives is 12%. Period, full stop. We are not discussing anything else at this point, okay? Now, if we want to talk, let's go ahead and talk about number one. Should the incentive program continue to be targeted to on-site housing only? So we're going to go, no, I'm not going to wait. What we are going to do is we are going to go, and I'm going to go through each council person. You're going to have 120 seconds or less, and you are going to state your opinion as to whether it should be on-site, off-site, or other. You may use your 120 seconds any way you want, but that is the question, and we will go from out, we'll go like this, working in. And the next time we'll go in to out, all right? So Councilmember Peck, should the incentive program continue to be targeted to on-site housing only, or should it be off-site and on-site, or other?
Question, didn't we vote on this already?
We voted to reconsider, and we're starting again.
Okay. I think it should be on-site.
On-site. Okay, Dr. Waters.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
What, in terms of on and off-site, would be consistent with the IZ ordinance?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, I think that it either would be consistent. You have provisions for providing the 12% as on-site. That's an option. That's the option that doesn't require council approval. So I think that would be consistent.
But in the ordinance, it can be off-site but requires council approval. I favor on-site and off-site, understanding it requires council approval for anything that's proposed off-site.
That's an important clarification we just got. Councilmember Finley.
That's exactly what we voted on, that we took off. I am still in agreement that it should be either on-site or off-site.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Going to stay consistent, and because I feel that it's more important that we get on-site built, for on-site only.
Councilmember Martin.
I think it should be on-site and off-site because we get to approve it if it's not consistent with our vision for the city.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think it should be on-site only.
Okay. So let me ask a question of staff and Dr. Waters pertaining to your question. Okay. On-site then would be administrative review. Off-site would require coming to council approval. At which point, council is the stopgap to make sure it's not too big, not too high, not too dense, and parking's bad. All right, so this motion would be different than the previous, in that now we have a clear understanding on what it means. Yeah, yes, Councilmember Finley, but I'm just worried the attorney didn't. All right, so the motion is, I'm going to make a motion that the incentive program should continue to be targeted to on-site housing and off-site housing. I'm sorry, I move that the incentive program shall be targeted to on-site and off-site housing, with on-site housing to have administrative review and off-site housing only upon permission of council. It has been moved and seconded. I see no further debate and discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Should we decide to change that appeals process, then this would be out of alignment with that. In other words,
that is not up to me.
No, I know, but should we change it in the future to eliminate some of the administrative approvals, then this would be out of compliance. It would cause a problem. But
what I would say is that is a great conversation, perhaps for another time.
Yes, but so do we need to say in this? Do we need to say do we need to talk about administrative approval versus council approval? We could just drop that language, and it would be applicable to anything that happens in the future.
I guess I'm unclear what you're asking.
I'm asking that we just drop the language about administrative approval and council approval to make it more flexible for the future in case something changes with our by right and administrative approvals.
I guess how would it be more flexible?
Well, if you just said, so the incentive program would include on-site and off-site only. Just leaving out the other language, that's all.
Right. I'm not gonna change the motion. Councilmember Martin?
Well, if you're not going to change the motion, maybe I don't need to say this, but the inclusionary housing ordinance already stipulates those two review processes. So it wouldn't really be necessary for those to be in this motion.
I'm not gonna change the motion. All right, we have a motion and a second, and let's go ahead and vote. Write down 10:36 or 9:36. Who are we missing? All right, that passes 4-3 with Councilmember Finley, Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Martin, and Councilmember Waters, excuse me, voting for, and Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Peck, and Mayor Pro Tem Christensen against. All right. Number 3, let's talk about, should additional incentives be considered for projects providing additional affordable housing? In other words, if you're going to go above 12%, what additional incentives, if any, should be considered? So first of all, let's talk about that rather than what the percentage should be. Councilmember Finley.
I think what we're looking for here is, should we give direction to our company that's doing the study to look at that? And I think we should always look at additional incentives. I don't think we have to decide what that threshold is now. I think they can come back to us with those options.
Mayor Pro Tem?
What she said.
Okay.
It's always good to keep an open mind about other possibilities from what other communities do as a best practice.
Councilmember Martin?
Have we abandoned the practice of going end to end, inside and out, and instead of being in the queue? Because I would have been in the queue if I'd known we were abandoning that practice.
Councilmember Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would still like to know if we've abandoned that practice or not.
Okay, you know what? We are going to start with that practice, and we're going to go this way right now.
Okay.
Go, Councilmember Martin, you're up.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we should discuss any additional incentives at this time, other than the ones on the original list. But certainly we can be open to hearing a report in a study session about additional incentives at such time as the staff feels it would be good to do that. I would like to suggest that we should have at least 6 months where we could get the what we have now and see how it works before we discuss any other incentives.
Councilmember Rodriguez, you're not in the queue, but you've got your 120.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. As to the generality of additional incentives be considered for projects providing additional affordable housing, I am in support of that concept. I'd be interested to hear what the consultants would suggest as additional incentives on top of what we already have. And then my other suggestions, I know we're not discussing a particular threshold at the moment, but I would want it to be significant.
All right, Dr. Waters?
Yeah, I guess I'd always be interested in seeing what is best practice and what's working in other places. That said, if this held up, you know, in our last meeting we were talking about the schedule, and you know, we said August 1st is a deadline, and I kind of thought this one would be a slam dunk. This conversation would go pretty quick. Obviously, I was really wrong. So if number 3 were to hold up the whole process of updating the land code to be compliant, I would say bring it back in 6 months or whatever. I would not want. So I'd like to see options, but if they can't get it to us in real time and we see what the implications are, and you know, the last thing I'll say is this: I'm sitting here. This feels a little bit like it must feel when, you know, members of the Fed and they're making decisions about to increase or decrease interest rates based on, you know, whatever data they have on the economy, and they don't want to heat it up too much, or they won't slow it down too much. You know, all I've heard since I came on this council is how reticent developers have been to take advantage of incentives. And now it seems like we're really concerned about encouraging to take advantage of it. That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So I don't want to hold this whole thing up. I'll be curious to see what we can learn if there are other options. And that's probably more than 120 seconds. So I'll yield whatever time I have left for the rest of the night.
Exactly. Yeah, right. Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I'm going to make a motion. I move that additional incentives that we will consider for projects providing additional affordable housing be tabled until we hear until the consultant comes back with data, and at that time we can, based upon the data, discuss a threshold. And I would like that to be brought back to us no later than May.
I would like to throw in a motion, and that would, I move that the direction of City Council be that city staff may consider additional incentives for projects that provide additional affordable housing at their discretion after they've talked to the consultant, so long as it does not interfere in the timeline that has previously been established by this council. That word was may. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. There's nobody in the queue, but if you'd like to discuss or say something, okay. Councilmember Peck?
I just want us to make sure that we're not holding up development by making these incentives so far out.
It's just may. It doesn't even say we're going to do anymore.
Oh, but did you say
It's
May
may.
on yours?
Yep, meaning if they can feel, if
I didn't hear that.
if
Okay.
staff and the consultant say this would be a great idea,
Okay.
bring it back, but don't add it to your current plate if it's going to mess up the timeline. Harold?
Clarifying point. If it fits within the timeline, we will bring it. If it won't, we will tell you it's not going to fit within the timeline, and we will bring everything else, and then we'll bring those other pieces.
Okay.
That's how I understood May, depending on our timing. Is that correct?
Yes, but I didn't say May. No, I didn't say May. I didn't say May the month. I said may instead of shall.
No,
or
that's
should.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
may meaning gives us the
Like,
option.
no, May.
Oh,
Yes.
you totally confused
Yeah, no. I did say May, but
You
yeah.
said the timeline, and
You said May, and then I said a different May. So, yeah, got it.
Okay.
All right, let's vote. Even on easy nights. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, now we're going to go ahead, and this time we're going to go left to right, starting with Councilmember Peck. And the question is, are there any specific additional incentives that you would like anybody to consider? Just yes or no if
No.
All right. Councilmember Finley?
Yes.
Councilmember Finley, got your 120.
There are other incentives, not for building affordable housing, but for keeping those units that are already affordable, that aren't deed restricted, to keep them affordable. I don't know if that just made sense or not. But say, for example, you owned an apartment complex, you built it, and you had to keep it affordable for so many years, and you're at the end of that. There needs to be an incentive for them to continue to make those units affordable. And I have seen around the country incentives that have to deal with perhaps some kind of property tax. They don't have to pay all the property tax, or there's a portion of their property tax that, there are incentives that across the country, there are examples of incentives that have been used to keep those units affordable. And so I would like us to look at those.
So that is in the context of add it to the possibility to discuss and bring it back within the timeline, et cetera, et cetera? Okay. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I don't think there are any additional specific incentives that the council would like to consider, or that I would like to consider at this time, but I would like to discuss and set tonight a threshold for expedited review.
All right. Okay. That's awesome. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Number 4, no. Except I do think that what Councilman Finley said is worth exploring, because we do want to keep what we have, the things that are affordable, continue to be affordable, and we do need to offer something like that. So that's something to really consider in the future.
Okay. And then just, by the way, so before the motion was anything on site will be expedited, anything off site will come to council. That was the previous motion. We passed it. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. No specific additional incentives on the top of my mind at this time. Thanks.
Dr. Waters? No? All right. Okay, cool. That was it. So go ahead. Let's go ahead and... All right. Councilmember Martin, point of order.
Mayor Bagley, I think that we understood you to say that that staff approval would be for on-site and council approval would be for off-site, and did neither of those say, and that your motion did not mention expedited review. Can we get a ruling from the city clerk or something? Because I sure didn't hear that.
Okay, so I guess, so Mike, so what you're saying, I guess administrative review in my mind was expedited review. So I guess, Mike, so let's talk about expedited review for a second. Harold?
So do you want me to clarify? So the administrative review on this is related to the zoning classifications and where affordable is allowed. Expedited review is related to the processes that they go through in our system. So when you submit a land development application, if you get an expedited review, we move that application to the front of the list. In terms of how we process it as staff, those are two different things.
All right, so let's take a little bit of time here. I know that Mayor Pro Tem attempted to make a motion, and I know that Councilmember Martin sounds like a motion formulating in her brain. Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think we need some discussion on where the threshold should be. I think it's a simple motion, that we'll say expedited review requires a threshold of N% affordable units, but I don't know what N is at this point, and I think that we need Aaron probably to tell us, or to try to give us some idea of what that threshold would be, so that her staff can manage the flood of applications for expedited review. Or Joni. Yeah.
Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Martin, it's okay. Most people mix Aaron and I up on a regular basis, so we're used to answering irrespective. So I would say one thing to keep in mind, so expedited review doesn't just affect planning staff, it affects LPC staff, public works staff, drainage folks, all the departments who participate. So certainly putting all of the residential development who will now be meeting the inclusionary zoning ordinance by 12% as a mandate would certainly have impacts to the schedule, and it would also have impacts to other projects that are commercial and industrial coming through our process. Add on top of that that we also have incentives for projects such as Smuckers and other primary employment projects. Pretty soon you end up with everyone is expedited, and really the reality is no one is expedited. So I would say if expedited review were to be looked at, I would set the threshold at least a minimum of 20%. I mean, I would look to that to be something that is a higher threshold, and certainly something that doesn't just give it a small margin, because otherwise you're going to make it too easy to move everyone up, and then we're going to have a situation that makes it not an incentive.
Okay. Councilman, question, we're going to do the 120, everybody gets a turn real quick, and that is what are your thoughts on the just what are your thoughts on this issue? And then we'll go from there. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So just as part of the clarification process, I do understand the concerns surrounding expedited review and capacity from the staff level. I think some of the things spoken about by Mayor Pro Tem Christensen earlier about resident concerns had to do with the administrative approval process, where it doesn't hit P&Z or it doesn't necessarily come to us. And so separating those two issues I think is important, but I definitely would take staff recommendation on expedited review as far as capacity thresholds are concerned.
Councilmember Finley.
Well, I think everyone should be expedited.
Thank you, Councilmember Finley. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would take Joni Marsh's review, number of 20% is a good amount to start with.
Councilmember Martin.
I was actually thinking that the earlier suggestion of doubling the threshold was a little closer, but so we're between 20 and 24%. If Joni thinks she can do the resulting load from 20%, then I'll go with that. But I'd feel more comfortable starting with 25%, and we can lower it if we find out that we have the capacity.
Councilmember Peck.
This is something I feel that we should leave up to staff. It is their workload, and we need to take direction from them. So minimum of 20%, and it depends upon what everybody else feels is right. But I don't want to set the workload for staff. That's not really our job.
Right. And then Dr. Waters.
Seems a little odd to me that the one incentive, because what I'm going to suggest is that we might want to think about eliminating that as an incentive. The one incentive that I've heard people took advantage of when it was voluntary at 10% was expedited review. Now that it's mandatory, we're concerned we're going to have a flood of applications or flood of affordable housing. I hope that's what happens. I hope that we're slammed because we have so many developers wanting to deliver affordable housing to the marketplace. Because that's what would slam planning and the rest of the departments, right? That we would have this onslaught of people anxious. So if under a voluntary program, the only incentive was expedited review, and now under a mandatory program, we think we're going to have a pipeline that's clogged with applications, why don't we just drop that as an incentive? There is no expedited review. Push on the lien process and let things play out the way they play out. Since we're going to get affordable housing or we're going to get payment in lieu, one way or the other. And I don't know that it's a relevant incentive given what I've heard tonight. And I certainly am sensitive to what I heard Joni say. And I'd be curious if what the reaction might be. And I don't know, but I'd be willing to test it to say we're going to monitor this for on a quarterly basis anyway. Let's drop expedited review, and that doesn't change the administrative review process. And I think that's the other issue that Mayor Pro Tem's concerned about. But as far as I'm concerned, forget about expedited review. Let it play out the way it's going to play out, since we expect a whole lot of applications now.
So I guess question, what's the difference between expedited review and just the normal process? How much quicker is it, and what's the real difference?
Mayor Bagley, so the difference between expedited review and regular is really we cut the time frame that we look to review applications about in half, and I would say that's typically going from 6 weeks to 3 weeks, 4 weeks to 2 weeks. I will also say, in all candidness, that of all the applications we've had use expedited review, almost no one has been successful in meeting the turnaround times to return applications back to us so that we can get those expedited. So it's not only 50% of it we can control, which is we can schedule and control our half. We cannot control the other half, and I would say we have not had good luck with expedited review either on our commercial or industrial incentives or on the current affordable housing incentives. And one last thing I would note to Councilmember Waters' point is expedited review perhaps only in those instances where someone is on site, and I think Councilman Rodriguez was maybe headed in that direction of how would we incent the on-site. Perhaps that would be an option where expedited review only is for people actually building the on-site. That might be another nuance to look at.
So I guess my question is, have we had any permits filed since we passed our inclusionary zoning? How many?
So keep in mind that would be development applications. Don will take a moment.
Was there a slowdown? Was there a blip?
You know, I would say for development applications, we have definitely seen a little bit of a slowdown in major applications, which are annexations. Our building department has been getting about 45 applications a week since just the beginning of December. So permits were up, but most of those permits obviously are not subject to the inclusionary zoning ordinance. They're just trying to beat new code and new fees. So
Right.
Different.
So what about new building that's subject to the new IZ ordinance? Or are you just binge watching Designated Survivor on Netflix in your office all day? Season 1 was awesome. Season 2 sucked, by the way.
Sorry, Mayor Bagley, just a second. I'm
That's
trying
right.
to get to the spreadsheet.
So while he's looking at, you have had one that we've actually brought forward, which was the Brickstone Apartments, and that was based on, it was an apartment complex, and they were voluntarily bringing in the 12%. So you have acted on one since the passage.
Yep. Because really what I'm going towards is, I know, because in theory, why not just do the opposite of what Dr. Waters says, which is actually keep everybody at expedited review? And if there's no slowdown, then we get rid of it. But not that I want to crush planning, but do we know what's going to happen yet?
How many do we have? Do you know? How many do you know of? So Kathy's, did you hear that? Kathy's talking to 6 or 7 different developments right now.
I guess, because I don't work there, I guess my question is, as a council, if the city were a car going down the highway and you're used to going 90, actually let's say 75, because we don't want you to get a ticket, going 75 miles an hour down the highway, and this council passes their IZ and all the hubbub that went with it, did we slow down? Did things pick up? Or don't we know?
About the same?
Just a second.
About the same.
Or that's what they're telling me.
That's what I mean. If it's about the same, then that's interesting data.
So if you take the time out between Christmas and New Year's and those weeks that are roughly on each side of it, then the number of projects that we've gotten in that are new since then are looks like we have 3 that would be subject to it that are new projects that have come in.
How does that relate to
and
last
that's
year?
And that's over the 2-week period that we've had.
And is that normal or less?
So I would say it's less than what typically we would see in the past, but I can't say for sure that it's a result of the IZ. I mean,
what do we see in December?
No, I know. I just no. And I was just curious. Yeah. Councilmember Martin.
First of all, I think we've all been impulsive this evening, and we're thinking, oh, every single new project is going to be subject to expedited review. Well, no, not the ones that are paying cash in lieu or land donations. They don't get expedited review, right? So it's really only the ones that are building affordable units if we left it, the incentive just the same way it is. Correct? Yeah. So, really, I think either way would be okay. We could either drop expedited review and revisit it in 6 months if it turns out that we need that incentive, or we could leave it in place and change the threshold if the staff is overwhelmed. But I don't think that we should leave it up to a staff-established regulation, because everybody's going to say that they were discriminated against if they ever run across ever collide with a regulation change. So I think it should come to council.
We can bring you all some more data too.
Right. I'm just going to take a shot here. I move that we actually apply expedited review to any project that they're actually building affordable housing, whether it be on-site or off-site. It's been moved and seconded. There's nobody in the queue, but my idea would be that way if you're paying cash in lieu or you're coming to council trying to strike up a deal, it wouldn't apply. But if you're actually saying, hey, look, I want to build some units, regardless. Go ahead, Dr. Waters.
I just want to clarify, with your motion, the offsite, if they're going to develop offsite in affordable housing, it has to come to us.
Yeah, it would still have to come to us.
Well, how's that an expedited review then?
Well, it would still, yeah, you're still making the. Yeah, that's
okay,
right.
all right, as opposed to administrative review.
Yeah.
All
It
right.
still would have to. It would still meet the administrative, stuff. So that way, at least, I mean, they get something out of it. And anyway, there's a motion on the floor. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously with Mayor Pro. I'm sorry, it passes almost unanimously with Mayor Pro Tem Christensen voting against. All right. Anything else, staff, on this particular issue?
We'll be back in February.
Cannot wait. All right. Do we need it? Let's take a 2-minute. Let's take a 5-minute break. let's keep going with the things that we love. Don't glare at me, Bonnie Finley. All right, we're going to go ahead and mix it up a little bit tonight. Let's move on to item 11D, LGID resolution. So do I have a motion to recess the Longmont City Council and convene as the Board of Directors of the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1? Second. I already seconded. That's all right. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Resolution LGID 2019-01, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1, conditionally approving the donation of property for the redevelopment of 518 Coppin Street to a mixed-use affordable housing and office development. Do I have a motion? Second. All right, staff, do you have a presentation?
Staff does not have a presentation, but I'd be glad to overview if anyone has questions.
Nobody has any questions at this point, so let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn as the Longmont General Improvement District Number 1 Board of Directors and reconvene as the Longmont City Council? All right, let's vote. Don't leave before we thank you. Hold on, you've waited so long. Don't you dare leave. That passes unanimously. But you know what? Was that not pleasant this evening? You know, you saw a bunch of people yelling and screaming, but here we are loving and just getting along and just sleep well. All right, let's go ahead and go back to 11C, an update on the Main Street Corridor Plan. If we could just, Aaron, I know you've done a lot of work on this, and I know that some of us we've all seen this at least once. Some of us have seen this twice or more. And so I think the point of this presentation was to make sure that if council has any feedback, right, only if they have any feedback or changes, that we have the opportunity to do so that we're actually behind Aaron Fosdick. So does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns regarding the Main Street Corridor Plan as it was presented, either at the museum or at the Planning and Zoning Commission? Councilmember Martin.
I feel the need for at least a quick overview. I would not like to us get into the previous rat holes from doing this from memory. I think that Aaron can probably go through it quite fast since we have all seen it, but I'd like to have a reminder.
All right, that'd be great if you were the chair, but would you like to make a request?
Please?
Sure. Can you take a few minutes and go through it?
Mayor Bagley, members of council, as you know, we kicked off the, I'm Aaron Fosdick with Planning and Development Services Department. We kicked off the Main Street Corridor Plan at the end of last year. We've done lots of work out in the community. We've been to council, as you just mentioned. There have been some comments at council that we wanted to have another check-in with you. We've done some additional work since we last talked with you and would like to also talk about that. We know that council has been meeting and has set up an advisory panel to kind of look at river corridor development. We see some opportunity potentially to coordinate there, then we're interested in council's input. And then finally, at our last presentation, we weren't very specific about the tie to council's work plan, although obviously the place-based vision does contain Main Street, so we wanted to just make sure that the goals are reflective of your work plan items, and so that's kind of what we were planning for tonight. I won't spend a lot of time going through these slides, but if you have questions, please stop me. Again, we feel like this project really aligns well and advances the council work plan in that this is the plan for making sure that we have a developed Main Street from Pike Road to Highway 66. We feel that this plan and the draft goals that we'll be looking at here in just a second do support some of the council goals, and there's a lot more opportunity as we get into those objectives that you've laid out in your work plan. Just to mention again that this is an effort that's coming off of the Envision Longmont plan. This is a specific implementation strategy contained within that action plan. Also is one of the focus areas that was identified, one of the 4 focus areas identified in the plan. important to mention that this is also working in concert with the Highway 119 BRT study that's going on. Based on where this study's at right now, they're starting to really drill down and look at some specific physical improvements and kind of preferred local alternatives. So that's really critical, a really critical piece of this study. The 119 study, in talking with some of the folks that are working with RTD on that, will be wrapping up later this summer. And so we'll really be incorporating some of those recommendations and informing this study as well. Also important to mention, and we've talked about this in the past, that in addition to supporting and advancing council's work plan and Envision Longmont, this planning effort with the corridor plan will also really take into consideration a lot of the work that's gone on at the First and Main area, the downtown master plan in general, the parking and access study that was completed a couple of years ago, as well as the enhanced multi-use corridor plan, and looking at how we create those safe connections across Main Street and parallel to Main Street. I won't spend a lot of time on why we're doing the plan. Suffice it to say, obviously we got a grant for this effort, so we're very pleased to be able to utilize grant funds for this to help us really focus on what that more specific vision is for a developed Main Street corridor from Highway 66 to Plateau. We're going to be looking specifically at areas of strength and stability and also opportunities for change along the corridor, which will help us really develop that cohesive plan for redevelopment and revitalization. And as we'll see here in just a second, we've already started to look at specific catalyst development sites and are interested in additional council ideas on that. Here's the planning process. As we've mentioned, we've really been focused on looking at existing conditions, defining the 4 character areas within the corridor, and looking at those draft goals, which we'd appreciate council providing some additional input if you have it tonight. We've been kind of putting together all of the existing conditions analysis in addition to taking what we've heard from the community, from various advisory boards, and from council. And our next step is really to put these kind of to the test and look at some catalyst sites, develop some preferred alternatives, which we'd like to vet with council and the community, and then obviously confirming a refined scenario and coming up with a detailed implementation plan. As we talked about when we met with council in November and at our community meeting in November, we've got 7 overall goals for the corridor. These really range from embracing the historic significance of this corridor in Longmont to looking at opportunities for strengthening our economic base and having strategic infill. And then there's a number of goals related to transportation, primarily around how do we integrate Main Street and the surrounding neighborhoods, while improving safety and mobility, looking at leveraging transit opportunities associated with the BRT, and overall, all of these work together to create a sense of place. And so we have a couple specific questions for council on if there are needed modifications to any of these draft goals, or if there's additional goals that need to be considered. And just as a reminder, these are the goals. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at these. If you, I don't necessarily need to go goal by goal, but I'm happy to do that if you'd like. But really just looking for some feedback on if there's anything we've missed or maybe haven't gotten quite right, additional areas that we could look at.
All right, let's go ahead and take 60. This time it's going to be 60 seconds. We're going to go right to left. Dr. Waters, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do. I was going to just keep my mouth shut. But
that's all right. We'll do 120 seconds.
So, Aaron, I know, did you, so let me just preface my comments. I don't want to be hard on people. You guys do a great job. But there are a couple of ideas here I want to kind of go at a bit. Who developed these goals? Did you? Did your consultant? Where are or these statements? Because these aren't goals, right? Some are strategies, some are activities. I can turn some into goal statements, but to label them as goals, I have to say, I think they need work to be turned into goal statements that we could measure any progress on, attach objectives to. If we're going to have goals, let's state them as goals. Let's create ways to measure progress. Be clear how we know whether or not we've accomplished them. So I don't find fault with any of the ideas. They're all good ideas. They're just, I look at it and go, that's just not a goal statement. Some are, or close. Many are not.
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters, these statements, these kind of aspirations for the corridor, and we don't necessarily have to call them goals. I would agree with you. They're definitely not smart in the way of being specific, measurable, achievable. I think that they are aspirations. They may be guiding principles. We can relabel them. Really, this comes out of looking at those previous plans, looking at the extensive community involvement that went on with a lot of those plans, talking with the project team, which it does include me, a lot of other staff from various departments and the consultant team, as well as members of our TAC. And I think council had asked kind of who's on the TAC. We did provide a list. So there's folks from some of our partner agencies, our economic partners like the DDA and the EDP, but also folks from DRCOG and RTD. So it's kind of a compilation of that. And then we did take this out to the Envision Longmont implementation team, which is a broader staff group, as well as the community at large. And we did make some refinements based on some specific input that we got. I think there's still an opportunity if you'd like these to be, if there's certain tweaks that we need to make them SMART goals, or if there's something we've missed, now is a great opportunity before we kind of finalize and move to that next step. I think it's important to remember that since this is kind of a higher level vision document that's really talking about, again, kind of our aspirations for the corridor for the next decade or two, there may not be specific measurable objectives with everything in terms of embracing the historic significance. There may be some specific strategies that we do around that, but there may be some other things that aren't super specific. It's really just a nod to, hey, we know Main Street has been really important in Longmont. Here are the reasons why. And so I think we could look at it a couple ways, but I'm happy to take some recommendations on specific changes as well.
Yeah, sorry, we're forcing you to. All right, Councilmember Rodriguez, anything? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
I like all these. I think they're understandable as guiding principles. I would suggest that we think, the areas that really need lots of love, I think, are North Main and South Main from the new station out to Pike, and that'll be interesting to see how that develops. I would suggest, though, that we consider changes to our land code to allow greater height along this Main Street, the Main Street corridor, and also Pratt, Florida, whatever, because this is a way to create a little more density and in places where it can take it, because it's not a residential area. So I would suggest we think about allowing buildings up to 6 stories in places where it is a little more consistent with residential, like on South Main out to Pike. It's lower down, and it will be consistent with things in that area. Right. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Martin, do you have anything?
Yes. Very similar to what Councilmember Christensen said. Is this the last slide that you brought tonight?
No.
No. So there's stuff about areas left to be discussed.
Correct. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the character areas and then the catalyst areas and that'll be new material for you.
Okay, so I would like to then hold my comments, which are essentially the same as Councilmember Christensen's, but more detail, until you've talked about the character areas,
Perfect.
and we'll do it then.
Councilmember Finley, anything? All right, Councilmember Peck? All right, keep going.
Sorry, wasn't prepared for that. So we talked about this a little bit last time, but just to remind council that through the existing conditions analysis, we have divided the corridor up into 4 character areas. I think, as Mayor Pro Tem Christensen just mentioned, the corridor is diverse, and so there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all strategy for every place within the corridor, nor would we want that. And so you can see here the 4 character areas moving from Highway 66 south, 4 of them. And really, as we look at these, the economic and market conditions, as well as the physical conditions, vary within these. So really, what are we looking at within each of these character areas is what are the issues and opportunities that we need to address and that we can realize, and kind of what's that surrounding context? How do we look at the market within each of these? Again, we talked about this a little bit last time, so I won't spend a lot of time here, but in Character Area 1, we do see a growing presence of multifamily. There's been a few projects completed. This is really a community retail destination characterized by larger spaces, larger parcels, lower vacancy, but there is limited office and employment, which could be an opportunity to target. As we move south to Character Area 2 from 17th to 11th Avenue, this gets a little bit smaller in terms of the trade area that it serves, but does have a pretty important cultural aspect to this character area. Primarily retail and service commercial, again, lower vacancy, but also lower than average rents. So this is probably filling a need in the community. Character Area 3 encompasses downtown, actually a little bit north and south of downtown. This is really kind of the cultural hub of Longmont. There's a lot of retail and commercial space within this historic core of the city. There's lower vacancies, and also the recent addition of some mixed-use buildings. We've obviously seen Roosevelt Park Apartments. We're seeing South Main Station come out of the ground. And so this area is probably the character area that we've seen a lot of interest in and continue to see interest in. And also worth noting, there's significant employment in this area, which is an asset. Character Area 4, which has been mentioned today, is really the areas south of the creek. Again, regional commercial center, concentrations of employment. There's some transportation differences and frankly challenges with this area. But we also note that there's some pretty underutilized parcels, and so there may be the opportunity for some additional infill. There's some significant office and flex spaces within this portion of the corridor. One of the things that we're moving towards now that we've kind of wrapped up the existing conditions assessment, and I'll actually ask Dawn to pass out a handout so you can see this a little bit better. As we're talking about this, I do want to note that this is very, very draft information. This is needing to be refined. I'm hoping that you may even have some ideas tonight based on the work that you've already started doing with the advisory panel that met earlier this month. These are some potential catalyst areas. These are higher level than they probably will end up being in the plan. By that I mean we may shrink these bubbles a little bit. But what we're trying to do is really look at a set of catalyst areas, and that would likely be a conglomeration of properties versus a single property that have been identified by the project team, by the community, really to look for what are the things that we see happening early. So you can see in the Character Area 1, one thing we've heard a lot from the community is that it would be important to establish a visual gateway into Longmont. That's a real opportunity. There's already other efforts going on in terms of signage and wayfinding, so this is something that we could collaborate with. We might be able to look at introducing medians to help create some safety improvements along Main Street. And then this is an area where there's a lot of larger blocks. We might be able to introduce a concept of kind of breaking up what this term super blocks, so some of the larger big box centers. Is there a way that the street grid could be reintroduced to create more walkable urban places? So that's some of what we're exploring in Character Area 1. As we look to Character Area 2, again, this is a pretty important cultural destination, so there's a lot of Latino businesses and retail destinations, restaurants. That might be something that we could continue to encourage as we think about continuing to make safety improvements within the right-of-way. What does that look like in terms of accommodating pedestrians and cyclists, and how could we do that? How can we create those connections? Again, you think back to the goal of integrating Main Street. How can we reinforce and create better connections between the neighborhoods? Here, there's a specific redevelopment site that's been identified at 15th and Terry. We're already seeing interest from the development community here, and so how can we kind of support that and leverage that? The cemetery has been identified as one of the few green spaces in the corridor, and so there's been a lot of community input about people really liking to ride their bike by that. There's some great examples in other communities of where they've actually activated the public space by having a trail that goes through the cemetery, and so that's something we want to explore with the cemetery owner. That's a very preliminary idea and not necessarily ready for prime time, but I guess it is prime time since I just said it. As we move south to Character Area 3, this is the area where I would really be appreciative of council comments and thinking about how do we collaborate with the work that you're doing with the community and the advisory panel on the river corridor. This was really done kind of prior to that meeting that you all had, but really thinking about how do we continue to build off the success that downtown's had with destination retail and restaurant, continuing to work with the employment and strengthen the employment base, provide some additional activity centers to help leverage our investments with the Dickens Farm Nature area. You know, some ideas that have been floated around, artisan markets, maker spaces, thinking about how do we continue to make safety improvements on South Main. So for example, the 200 block, could medians be extended? Can we continue to consolidate curb cuts in this area? And so there's some opportunities here. Certainly in this area, we're looking at what's being planned at First and Main. I think there may be some, again, ability to look at what's being talked about for the vision for the river corridor and how can we kind of represent some of that. So if council has specific ideas about that, we'd definitely be interested. And then finally, character area 4, again, different feel. This is probably some longer term improvements, but how can we promote some longer term infill projects, bringing buildings maybe closer to the right of way like what we see throughout the rest of the corridor? How can we similarly establish a visual gateway on the south end of town so that when people are entering Longmont from South Main, they know it? And there's been a lot of comments within this section about traffic calming, really making some safety improvements. Some of those are already being planned for. I know you have an information item in your packet tonight about some of the improvements on Pike, which we're working with CDOT on. And so I think there's some significant improvements that could be made in this catalyst area related to transportation. So again, thinking about each of these areas, while the projects are different, we're really trying to identify some transferable concepts. Obviously, we need to continue to vet these. We need to talk more specifically with the property owners and the businesses. Our next step really with this is for us to continue to refine this as a project team, take input tonight from council, take this back out to our technical advisory committee, and then ultimately take this back out to the public. So I would anticipate maybe another visit with council once we have these refined a little bit more, but would certainly be open to ideas that you have either now or kind of towards the end of the presentation. The only other things that I was going to mention is our public outreach process and our next steps. We've talked about those at the previous meeting, so I'm happy to kind of stop here if that's what council would like.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Aaron, I love this. I really like your vision. Can you go back to the slide that had what you called your aspirations? There. What I would like to see is, you know, we see these one-off plans that every department is doing, but I don't see anywhere where it's really coordinated among departments. For example, under Embrace Historic Significance, I would really like to see bullet points about what we are in the process of doing and what we have done. For example, I have talked to Kimberly just anecdotally about maybe putting up signage downtown of this is where JCPenney started his store, this is where, so that we have somewhat of a walking tour. And it would be nice to be able to look at this whole aspiration goals, whatever you want to call it, and see what we've done, what are we planning, what are we thinking about, and how does this all work with the council's work plan. And then going down to integrate Main, create connections between Main Street and surrounding neighborhoods. Didn't we last week just have that, shoot, I forgot it, on our agenda, the group from CU, the interns that were going to come in and work on. I would love to see that as a bullet point. This is where we are, this is what we're working on, and we're going to be doing East Main, and so that we can look at one place and see what the aspirations are, what we've done, where we're going, how does transportation work in for transit as a catalyst, or let's get Tony Chacon's, what is he doing with the transit center, where are we with that? How are we moving forward? Everything just seems to be in a vacuum. And I would like to bring it together so that at any time we can go out and see where we are, what our goals are, what are we achieving, what isn't working, put a red line through it. Didn't work. That's what I would like to see. So we know exactly if we're moving forward at all. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Councilmember Martin, did you have something to say?
Can you go back to the catalyst areas slide? The one with the circles, that one, yeah. And thank you for this bigger paper, it helps a lot. I'm inclined to say that the north side catalyst areas are really appropriate for what's happening in there, but that maybe the southern two do not reflect what's going on with the St. Vrain corridor, and that particularly the area between St. Vrain Creek and Left Hand Creek and north to First Street. It's going to be a drag on some of the convention center plans for east of Maine if we don't do something to incentivize acceleration of the upgrade of that area and to try to get that between the creeks area to kind of be visually upgraded, be more ambitious in the way it's developed, and maybe try to move all the car lots to the east or to the west somewhere. So I would like to see some really strong visionary work to sort of make that match the L that is, downtown, the downtown 3rd Avenue, Ken Pratt, not 3rd Avenue to Ken Pratt so much, downtown 1st Avenue to 9th, which is the downtown area, where it's fun, and then we've got the St. Vrain corridor, which is, I think, kind of calmer and more elegant, and we'd like to really emphasize that confluence of two characteristics of Longmont by having that between the rivers area be transitional and beautiful, and it's right now neither. It's just abruptly turns into car lots.
So I want to touch on what Erin said, where she said the work that that's being developed with the advisory councils feeding into this, and so that'll be a point where a lot of those conversations are ongoing, and then we have the meeting on the 15th, and we're doing some things with that's, actually a suggestion by these two, where we're working with someone where they literally fly over in a drone, and then it's going to look at some different modeling to sort of initiate that conversation there, and as that develops, that then feeds into this in that piece, and so that's going to be brought over as part of that conversation.
Good. I like that idea. I also would like more information about, given that the city wants to incentivize the transformation of an area that doesn't look like we want it to look, but is mostly private property, how we do that. I mean, I think the market will do some of it because what we're doing elsewhere is going to make that land more valuable. But I'd also like to hear about, how we nudge it with the tools in our toolbox.
Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think my greatest concern, I love the work that we're doing, and I think it's necessary, and it will help our city look more wonderful than it already does. I do have concerns that rather than incentivizing, we will be mandating that smaller businesses or property owners conform to whatever vision we have when they aren't able to do that financially. So incentives would be important for me for those smaller businesses in particular so that they can continue to thrive. And if you could bring back the Hamburger Haven that used to be across from the cemetery, that would be awesome.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I believe I made most of my specific issues kind of known when we had our joint meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I believe my fellow colleagues have probably received at least a number of emails, as I have, concerning non-automobile related concerns as far as pedestrian and bicycle access, and how that can be a catalyst and more likely to promote, patronage at businesses when there's slower vehicles, and foot traffic seems to drive more business, at least anecdotally, according to some of the residents that I've talked to. My concern is, I believe in the early 2000s there was somewhat similar of a master plan that was undertaken that didn't seem to ever kind of actualize or be realized, and I'm just wondering, how can we better mobilize this one than we were able to? I believe it was like 2004, 2005 was that last study. And I'm just wondering, what are our plans to do a better job of instituting a plan that we kind of have not a similar one, but a similar idea that happened a little over 10 years ago?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Rodriguez, you're referring to the Midtown Revitalization Plan that was completed around 2005, 2006. We've talked a little bit about that in this context, I think, but certainly we've talked about it as part of the project team and with the community at the meeting. There's a number of factors that may or may not have gone into that plan not being fully realized. I won't say I wasn't here at that time, because that's right around when I started. I think part of it maybe was the recession that came a few years later, but one of the things that we're really excited about with the scope of work and with the project team that we've put together is the focus on implementation and really thinking about what are some of those near-term, some people might like to say low-hanging fruit, what are some of those things that we can really put into place right out of the gate that can start to help people see that this is a plan that we're implementing. I think some of the other things that are different this time around is certainly this is a plan that ties really well with a very well-articulated council work plan, and I don't know that that was the case at the time. We also have a comprehensive plan with Envision Longmont. We've combined our multimodal and comprehensive plan, so we're being very strategic about what kind of physical improvements both the public sector might make and that we'd like for the private sector to invest in. And so I think there's a number of things in that plan that really speak to how we might see the physical changes occur on Main Street. But I think first and foremost, when we come out of this planning effort, we will have a detailed implementation strategy that says, here's the things we're going to do near term. Here's the things that are longer term. Because remember, this is a long-term plan. This is a decade or two to realize some of these changes. But there are some things that could happen sooner, and we will be very forthright about what those are, which hopefully will help us create a plan that doesn't just unfortunately sit on the shelf.
If I can add, one thing you all did last week is when you prioritized and said, here's what we want to work on. And I think that's a derivative of the council work plan where you've said, here's what we want to do, here's how we want to work on. I think being focused on that and staying focused on that is really what allows you to be more successful in this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I really like this. I like some of the suggestions that are already here. I think if you look at great cities and good cities, one of the most important things for placemaking and wayfinding are signaling unconsciously with trees that you've started a city. You've started the main street. So I realize that it costs a lot to put up a tree, and then that may or may not come through. A certain percentage of them die, but it is a way to get visually a signal that you have begun getting in. This is no longer just State Highway 287. It's the beginning of Longmont. So the double rows of trees, or even just single. I know there are a lot of trees down on Main both ways, but if we could increase that where they're missing, that would be very helpful. And also signage, because we don't really have particularly good signage. You get downtown and you don't know how to find the visitor center. It sort of points to it somewhere on the highway coming into town, but then it's hard to find some of our most important buildings. It's hard to find the rec center. It's hard to find, if we increased our signage in a very attractive way, you know, not just the standard, the standard highway signs, but something that was unique to Longmont. That would be very helpful. Something that was like the logos that have been on the bridges. If we continued to, you know, that's attractive. I would say some of the entrance plans with a big, giant rock and some metallic lettering, that doesn't seem to have any coordination. It would be good to hire some people who know how to do that, like communication arts. They're expensive, but it's worth it. So I really do like this. I think Councilman Rodriguez's suggestion for tying bike and pedestrian connections, as you talked about, with they don't have to go along the road. They can go all over the place for bicycles and pedestrians. That's the advantage of being on a bike or on foot. So yeah, plans that have more paths through parks and things like that, that integrate with Main Street, are very helpful. That's all I got for now.
Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I think you're spot on in terms of the convergence of what you're doing here, which since we've talked about specifically Main Street in the river corridor as well as Hover, I do want to just make clear that the visioning group is more focused on goals B3 and B4, right? You've specifically identified goals B1 and B2. That visioning group, but because of the opportunity zone and which is, I think, part of the answer to Councilmember Rodriguez's concern, that there is that I don't think that existed. I suspect it did not exist in 2005. So I think there's a great opportunity for a convergence, number one. Number two, in terms of more specific visuals and kind of geography or placement, I think the February 15th session will provide some pretty interesting substance for what you might want to add, at least at the convergence, right, or the intersection of Main Street and River Corridor, because I suspect there will be ideas that come out of that people will envision along the River Corridor, broadly defined. I just want to make certain that everybody understands the purpose of that isn't just River Corridor, it's B3 and B4, right? It's becoming an epicenter of science technology, which could occur a lot of places, right? Secondly, I would say our intent is that project or that process is going to be ready for public review and public engagement input by May 1st, and then hopefully a whole series of opportunities. It would make sense, I think, unless you've exhausted yourself on public input, to combine some of those efforts for people to get a bigger picture of, what's coming and have their voice, added. The visioning process, the intent, and if we can keep it on schedule, is that we have tentatively, I think, on the calendar, September 25th. I'd have to go back and look. I think that's the date, where we would want to bring the result of that public input back to the visioning group. And I'm talking about as many, audiences as we could get in as many of the facilities that we own or manage, with as many audiences as would entertain an opportunity to have input. Bring all that back to the visioning group to be refined, polished, tweaked, whatever, integrate, to become as integrated and as reflective of all the great ideas that come forth. That group is going to be asked on that occasion not only to do some polishing and refining and integrating kind of work, but to generate a set of recommendations of what a council should consider as action steps to go from vision to reality, right, from vision to action. That timeline is laid out, would bring recommendations to this council before there's a transition from one council to the next. Who knows what the next council is going to do. I've said before, I think it'll be a huge gift to that council if we're smart enough and it's compelling enough. But to keep the momentum going on this project and that project, to bring those together is, I think, would add to the likelihood that there's momentum and we can sustain the effort to kind of integrate these efforts in a way that we get a comprehensive set of action steps that we may not do anything with, but the next council will, and we ought to give them that agenda and build the kind of community interest and support along the way that no one would want to turn away from it, right? That it's too important long-term over the next decade or two that shapes the future of the community for 100 years. But we ought not to miss this opportunity to do that kind of integrated work.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you. I pretty much agree with all of that, but I think that I'd be remiss not to acknowledge, since several people have mentioned signage and wayfinding, that the Longmont Downtown Development Organization has an ongoing project about signage and wayfinding, and what we need to do is coordinate with that project, make sure that there is unity there. They're pretty much they're in the middle of that. So let's be sure that we don't ignore it and go off in a different direction. Let's be sure that it comes together.
All right, nobody's in the queue. At this point, do we all feel that council has had how many more slides you got?
Yeah, I've gone through the other slides,
Okay,
so I don't feel
all right,
the need to
because
go
this
through
is
them.
the fourth. I mean, you've done great, right? I mean, but this is the fourth time I've heard this presentation, and it's. I mean, so council has now given feedback to staff, right? So I'm going to say thank you. Unless council is really not understanding this, I'm going to say let's stop with the presentation. My only suggestion, and again, these have all just been suggestions, no direction tonight. I think what we should do is, I mean, we already have a model, right? I would love to hear what everybody in town thinks, but really what I think we need to do is we have the model in that woman right in the back, Sandy McKee, Downtown Development Authority. So, I'm sorry, what did I say? Kimberly. Did I say Sandy? Sandy McKee was my old Sunday school teacher. Sandy and Duncan McKee. Shout out to Sandy and Duncan. Anyway, Kimberly. So but what I think we should do is, and we shouldn't do the work. Staff shouldn't do the work. What they should do is approach the building owners of each one of these 4 locations and say, set up a working group, a owners association, just like in Kitely neighborhood with John Clark and now Carmen Ramirez, and say, get together, maybe have a staff member attend to help facilitate and share the presentation, and then just basically say, you're the property owners, what is your vision for this area? And then have each one of these 4 areas start talking, and then give them a deadline for 60, 70, 90 days, and say on this day, you guys can all come together and talk about what Main Street would look like and just get going. And then that way staff, I don't even think, hear what they have to say, and then just move forward. That's what I'd do if it were me in charge of these 4 things, or 4 areas. So, all right, thank you.
So just to confirm then, what we will plan on doing is coming back to council kind of at each phase of the project and just checking in like we've done tonight. Does that seem reasonable?
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, let's, do we have a motion to continue the meeting? So moved. All right. I'll second it. All right, let's vote. All right, that passes with Councilmember Finley, Mayor Bagley, and Councilmember Beck dissenting. That was a close one. That would have been funny if we would have voted no. Sorry, Sandy. All right, let's move on to discussion and identify the desired outcomes for public access communication services as briefly as possible. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. Mayor Bagley, members of council, I'm here to gain some wisdom from you all around your desired outcomes for public access, educational access, and government access. And we're talking about video services and those kind of things that currently the Longmont Cable Trust provides. At your September 25th meeting, there was a motion basically to invite proposals from interested parties in Longmont to provide public communications for the city. With the city identifying intended outcomes, objectives, or needs prior to April 1. So before we go out to the public, we have a couple questions for you. And the big question really is, what are your desired outcomes, objectives, or needs from public access, educational access, and government access video? And then what we'll do is we'll take that out to the community. We will solicit the needs of the community, pull that all together into a scope, and then do sort of an RFP. I'm not sure exactly how we'll word it, but we'll put that out to interested parties in the community to provide so that that decision can be determined as part of your budget for 2020.
All right. So we're going to do, everyone's going to take a turn again. We'll take I'm going to actually time this one this time. We're going to take 120 seconds. The what? Have you been timing? I know I've been. Yeah, we're timing this one. Actually, Councilmember Finley, if you could please start the timer. And then, so everyone will take a turn and then state what your answer is to the question. And then we will we'll end this. All right, so we'll start with you, Councilmember Martin, and we'll just go around this time.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Actually, I got an excellent letter from a constituent, which I will forward you if I didn't already, Sandy. But many times, residents who have a special interest in something that's been gone through with council over many weeks or even months have the job of researching what's happening, and that is a task that is almost impossible. We need the ability to search across council agendas. We need the ability to search by voice recognition, sound, keywords across the videos, and that's technology that exists. It's now commercially viable. We needed to do that. It would be a huge time saver for this council as well as for the public. And I was very impressed that a member of the public actually had all of that down. But anyway, it was amazing. That would be my wish list almost exactly.
So it sounds like part of that, though, is also making sure that video of the council meetings is taken by whichever entity this is. I mean, just to kind of broaden that back out.
By whichever entity this is. Oh, who wins the bid? Yeah, right. But yeah, handling there needs to be a high bar for handling the video in terms of accessibility, searchability. You know, I mean, even just, you know, fast forward, not having to fast forward through 20 minutes of music before you get to the first conversation. I mean, there's lots of stuff that is now possible, and those videos need to be well processed and searchable.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilmember Finley? Timer started.
I'll time myself.
You don't know, I got it. I got it.
What I really want to see is everything that we have now. I don't want to see us lose anything through this process. I really like that we have a sport show for high school sports. I love that. I know the community loves that. I know that they enjoy watching the council meetings and the planning and zoning meetings and the school board meetings, and to be able to search those, I think, is a great thing. But the quality needs to be there as well. I want to look as good as I can. But I just don't want us to lose anything in this process. I like what we have. I think we should just make it more robust.
Good job, Councilmember Finley. Councilmember Peck?
I agree with both council people said, Martin and Finley. I do want to increase the quality of the publications, but keep it as it is and continue to get better programming or more programming and searching.
Even better, Councilmember Peck. She
Mayor
put you to
Bagley.
shame, Councilmember Finley.
Mayor
Dr. Waters?
Bagley, could I just clarify with
sure,
both
go
of
ahead.
them? Because I heard higher quality. Any specific feedback on that piece? And I heard more robust. So if we were going to rank people on their proposals, what would be an example of those pieces, if you don't mind?
For example, sometimes watching it on television, watching council meetings, the volume isn't very good, and the streaming, sometimes it freezes up.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Finley?
I can't, what's your question?
You said that you would like to see things, that you really like the things that we're doing now, but you'd like more robust.
Right.
What might that mean?
The things that Councilwoman Martin talks about, like being able to search things, you know, that would be awesome. To be able to say, okay, I want to see all the discussions, you know, on inclusionary housing, and be able to have a list of those and be able to go through and listen to those and not have to listen to every single council meeting that had that on the agenda, but be able to go to it right away. I think that'd be great.
Got it. Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
I'm on the clock, so hopefully I'll
Thank you
answer.
for reminding me.
Yeah, hopefully this is for me what would be more robust. Timely and high production value videos of interviews, presentations, or facilitated discussions on topics or issues of relevance and importance to the community. 2, a video and audio record of all 22 citizen board and commission meetings held almost every month. Live stream or posted council and board and commission meetings on YouTube or similar sites for public access. Video recordings for the city's archives. Video and audio recordings for city archives. Video and audio processed to enable text searching of meetings, which I think is consistent. Hosting services and polling services. So when we want to go out and poll this community, we have capacity to do that. Now I could give you some measures as well of how we evaluate, but I probably am out of time, but I'll do that later.
You actually, 90 seconds left. You got plenty.
I can't do it in 9 seconds.
No, 90, I said.
In 90 seconds.
You got plenty of time.
So I don't know what kind of baseline we have right now, but I think we could measure, we'd have to establish baseline, public knowledge about and understanding of timely relevant topics or issues of importance to the community that could improve from X to Y. You'd have established a baseline. But we ought to measure that. That we ought to, if we can define what we mean by civic engagement, and I think we can, we ought to establish a baseline of what the level of civic engagement now and how might it change if we had a more robust public access television. That we ought to be able to have transparency, at least, if not accountability and transparency, ratings for all boards and commissions. And we ought to be able to evaluate or measure how they improve from X to Y if we have a more robust system. And then we ought to have a permanently searchable record of every board and commission meeting that would be operational by fill in the blank. So there's a deadline on that.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I believe everything's pretty much been covered outside of the fact. I'm sure we'll get to it at some point, but I'm curious about, as the franchise fees shrink, what our funding mechanisms will be to support a more robust program. And so that's what I'm more concerned with than actually the content. So
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would like us to coordinate things and modernize things. What we have is some video and some audio over here. We have a library over here. We have the Innovation Center. We have Tinker Mill. All of these have the same, well, they have different people that they deal with, but they have the same mission of public knowledge, of public sharing, and of public access to knowledge, not just information. We have plenty of information. We need knowledge. People need lessons, which they are able to take over at all these places. Actually, the library offers all sorts of things. Right now, the library, I think led by Dr. Waters, is talking about a library district. If the library, which has been in this business for hundreds of years, you know, libraries in this country, led this and were able to coordinate it, and we were able to create a knowledge district, we could coordinate all these resources, and creating a library district would be a funding mechanism. It has its drawbacks, but it also has some great advantages. And it would be a little bit more flexible to do things that way. and it would create a permanent resource and a way that we could really modernize our understanding of knowledge and what it is to be a citizen of this country and of this world in the 21st century. So I would suggest that the things we need to retain is absolute public access to learning. And if we could coordinate things between the Innovation Center, Tinker Mill, videos, audios, all the things, as Councilwoman Finley and Councilwoman Martin and everybody else has said, we don't want to lose what we have, which speaks specifically to our community, but also community journalism. As we see the shrinking of newspapers, that's absolutely unacceptable. We have to have some way to have journalism, and so if it's through this mechanism, then that's what we will do. But we really need to explore from a broader view what it means to have public access to knowledge.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Although we aren't necessarily surveying on a library district or different funding mechanisms, certainly that collaboration and that coordination will certainly be part of this.
I guess my thoughts briefly are, first of all, what is the purpose? In my mind, the purpose of the public access communication services is basically to provide raw data and information that the city needs to provide its citizens, as well as any other lessons, stories, or feel-good community type communications, whether it be composting, how to compost, I like Dr. Waters' list of, the data and the not live streams, because once they're recorded, they're no longer live, but recordings of the board and commission meetings and city council meetings, and being able to refer back to those, to the extent that it's possible to. I don't know what if it's possible to do it easily and cheaply without, I think it'd be awesome to have an easily searchable database. So that's what I would imagine. What it is not, I personally do not think that it should be involved in community journalism. I think that should be left up to the local paper. And if someone says, "Oh, but they're going under, they're not even going to be here in 2 years," well, somebody else will be, So it's I just don't think government should be involved in the newspaper business. Or the news business, because news today means editorials, and it's political and whatnot. I also envision what it is physically. The television, Channel 8. There's a radio station we have that we currently, I don't know who owns it, but I don't think it's being utilized, right? I want to say some old guy, might even be one of you guys out there, but somebody has a radio station in town that I know we could be using. I know it's being used now, but my question would be, well, how could we use it? And then last but not least, we have NextLight internet capability that would be really cool. So I guess in my mind, I'd like to see that purpose, those avenues, and that we avoid community journalism in our RFPs. So, all right, we've all had the chance to go around. What other questions do you have for us?
I think that does it. I know that I believe that Tim Chafin has already sent you some information about what Channel 8 does today. And so the statement around, what kinds of things you'd like to see, you'd like to continue, those types of things, all of those things that they are doing today, which includes training for the public to be able to put their own video, programming together, as well as all the different interviews and shows that they do, that would be included as part of this RFP scope.
All right. Anything else that you need from us?
Nope, that's
all right,
great.
perfect.
Thank
Let's
you.
move on to the legislative update.
Again, Assistant City Manager Sandy Cedar, here I am again. And there are two bills that are in front of you right now, House Bill 1018. This is interesting. There's a couple of bills that are sitting there that look a little bit like this, but essentially what they're saying is right now you can promulgate your own rules around unclaimed property. You have done that. As far as some of the items that are left at our facilities or cleaned up from our parks, You've given some guidance around that. This bill would basically take that right of way and give it back to the state. So we would have to coordinate with the state on any unclaimed property, including things like discarded water bottles and sweatshirts and things like that, which we would really rather not do. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, and it reduces home rule. So we're suggesting that you oppose this bill. You'd like to make a motion, or I can explain both of them. And you can
I
make one
move that
motion.
we oppose House Bill 191018. Let's vote. That passes unanimously.
Thank you. The second one is Senate Bill 78. This is on net neutrality. Net neutrality is basically the idea that we provide internet free from any kinds of stops or bars or limiting your content based on what somebody else might have paid us for you to be able to see in your search engines and things like that. So we have a net neutral internet service today. We are finding that other providers are not going that direction. This bill would ensure that if they'd like to get any money from the high cost fund at the state, that they would need to be net neutral. We're not going to be not net neutral, if that makes any sense. So it really doesn't affect us directly, but we certainly support net neutrality as a way to keep the internet free and clear of weird things.
I move Senate Bill 19078. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to final call. Public invited to be heard. Scott, anything? No. All right. Officer? You guys never say anything. You should. Nobody's here. Now's your chance. You know, I know you. You're good, man. I'm sure you'd have good things to say. All right, let's go on to mayor and council comments. Anybody? All right, I don't see anybody. City manager, any remarks?
Actually, I do. One of the things you all had us working on a set of actions that we could take related to the government shutdown. Obviously, they have a 3-week reprieve. We've still met. We're still pulling stuff together because my expectation is I'm going to expect that we're somewhere in here again just so we're ready. We will be sending you that information via an email of what we're looking at. A lot of it's partnerships. I will tell you that I'm also having conversations with local banks about what they're doing and how they can jump in. So we will be providing that to you. Just wanted to let you know we're working on it.
Cool. Thank you. City attorney?
No comments, Mayor.
All right, we're adjourned.
I tried, guys. I tried.